1930s. Hello everyone! Right then, so I am literally, as we talk, just putting the last of the options into the patron vote. So I'm going to continue doing that while saying hello to each other. I hope you're all enjoying yourselves, and I hope you've had a good day. I again tried Twitch, and I have now found the button which allows you to save videos. So today's hasn't saved, but Twitch is now working, and I'm fairly sure it's working, because there was actually someone watching me at one point. So I presume that's a good sign. And there is a good thing that the video is not being procured, because actually, yeah, they're being saved, because, you know, nicest way, the... it was let's put it this way, I did a rookie error in Total War Empires because I wasn't thinking at the end. I did a rookie error. Nope. Okay, I'm sorry, Wayne Borean, but there is no way I am doing things on the Cain the Mystic Swordsman. For starters, I have never heard of Cain the Mystic Swordsman before, so before I could even do a what-if scenario based on that, I'd have to find it out. That's a whole level of information beyond which I have no. There are lots of good options this week. I'm slightly worried that there is like 40 options. Yeah, the Peter Zane question I considered again. But yeah, and I've added in your Diesel Kriegsmarine because I'm always actually kind of interested in the Diesel Kriegsmarine idea, but yeah, no one seems to want it. It always does about, how'd I put this? Comes about 6th in the votes. It always seems to come about 6th. Jack Ray on the history of Standflex and why does the USA not use the system. Good. These are some good options. And hello and welcome to Bruships 100, which is slightly worrying. How are we all doing today? Ooh, there's a nice load of chat coming through. Hello, everyone. Martin Skeet. I'm not getting into that one. Mainly because he has like 400,000 subscribers and he's my best friend. And whilst it would be a friendly debate between him and me and a jokey one, there are some of his subscribers might well not take it as a friendly joke. Ooh. Danny Wright's question's a good one. Ooh. I think, Robert Locke, I normally take all your questions, but the trouble is, some of your topics are going to be covered at other points. And also there's been about 5 different suggestions for top 5s and top 10s. And I'm just, you know, conscious that there are a lot of channels which do top 5s and top 10s, and I realise it would be quite an easy way for me to probably bump up the viewership figures by going top 5 warships of all time. But yeah, I've never been for the easy options. Martin Peacock's Queen Elizabeth class, pretty good one, a good one. That's a good question. I think that one's going to be popular. It's gonna... Normally, when I look through the questions, don't take it the wrong way, I have a sort of idea who's going to win. Runon, good one. But this week, there are lots of good options. Oh, good lord. Okay, that's an interesting one. Okay, that one's definitely going in. I've taken somewhere in the region of 40 comments, and it's 19 options. 20 options. One is going to require me to spend some time on UAD the next week if it gets it. It's going to require a lot of time for me on UAD. Ooh, that one could be an option. There was one more I saw in here which I was definitely going to put in. Oof. And there's a reason I'm doing this live, because also there was actually a suggestion here which I'm going to put out. Michael66 put forward this as a patron proposal, an idea for funding the Australia trip. Patrons come with a list of silly, embarrassing things they'd like Dr. C to do. For instance, buy a hat with corks dangling from the rim on strings and wear it during 2 of the Australia trip videos. Dr. C then puts them in the list and with a £1 value against each and invites subscribers to contribute to the Australian Embarrassment Fund. Now, we are planning on doing some serious fundraising, and we are planning on doing it as a group, and we've got to do some more work together to sort all that out. But I do like this idea of, well, to be honest, I'm pretty difficult to embarrass. You might have noticed this, but you can, and it's not impossible. But I'm pretty difficult. If you've grown up with enough cousins and spent enough time around Royal Marines, you are both comfortable with nudity and used to having random things chucked at you. It just happens. But no, there are some interesting things there. Really. And I'm just going to make sure I put the boilerplate in, explaining the vote, because there are some new patrons. We'll go back to the previous vote one. That's the Taste of Christmas special. Patron suggestions. That was the patron suggestions, and that's the vote. Right. So, this will be going live right now. And I have been naughty. Oh no, I almost put it out as, ooh, yeah. Patron vote. February 2023. And make sure the voting options are the correct ones. Set an end date. Well, that's going to be next Sunday. So check that's the right day. Yes, that's Sunday the 5th at 7 o'clock. And allow people to vote for multiple options. Publishing now. Yep. The patron vote is live. And there is a huge number of options. Those options, as I normally announce this, Karl von Habsburg, flotillas of the Danube, through sieges of Belgrade, 1456 and 1915, 6th to 9th of October, and a possible future. Paul Thompson, the attack on Copenhagen in 1801 and the following operations in Danish waters until the fall of Napoleon. These were all Paul put in some very interesting ones about the Danish and the Royal Navies, and I broke it up rather than combining it in one thing, because he'd put it in one topic, and I thought, frankly, it could be divided. Also, I'm going to take my fleece off. And they're really quite interesting. So, onto the fleece store. In what way did the Danish Navy of World War I convince the Germans not to attack Denmark at all? That's an interesting point to do and think about, because they were actually part of the considerations. They were there. Definitely so. How World War II Germany put to use vessels they captured from occupied nations. That came from Admirals. Paul Thompson again, the Danish Navy World War II. How useful could the Danish Navy have been to the Germans if they'd taken it completely? That's an interesting scenario. Danish Navy has a lot of interesting specialist units, which could have been quite useful in some regards. I mean, you see, the thing is, some people would quite quickly write off as go not that useful, but actually, for fighting in the Baltic, they might have had an impact. Then we have Glynn Stewart's Orion Drive is actually developed in the 70s. What does the 1975 10,000-ton space battleship look like for the USA and Russia? Really? Okay, fine. I will do the Orion Drive. Colin Cameron, HMS Vanguard sinks the ARR Vincent de Mayo in 1982. How does this affect US and Soviet naval development, if at all? That's an interesting one. It depends how it's been modernised. You did put as part of the wider question, and frankly, that's a shrunk-down question from Colin Cameron, because it's a massive question with all sorts of provisos and things in it. So it's the actual question is far more than just that. It includes a 1970s modernised Vanguard. So it's an interesting scenario. Michael 66, the 50-gun ship of the line. It's a fourth, maybe a fifth-rate story. Michael 66, if Tsingtao incident leads to war, how does the 1939 RN carrier force fare against the 1939 IJN force? That could be interesting, because what's actually available in 1939? Michael 66, what were the IJN infrastructure bottlenecks, and if you'd been minister in the 1930s, how would you have fixed them? Wayne Boring, a reincarnated Jackie Fisher, takes over the Royal Navy in the 1930s. I don't think I need to say any more than that, because frankly, Jackie Fisher in charge of the Royal Navy in the 1930s. That would be a political beast, and a very different Royal Navy would emerge. But I do not think... I think for starters, we can rule out the King George V's. Or rather, we can rule out any King George V, which includes 14-inch guns. There's also part of me wondering what will happen with carriers and submarines. We'll leave that to one side. He was kind of obsessed with aircraft, so he would have really liked two carriers, and probably would have gone for leather for the control of the fleet air arm. Let's see. Then we have British naval infrastructure. It's developed over time from Michael 66. Carl Gansberg, of course, diesel Kriegsmarine. Jack Ray, history of Sandflex and why the US doesn't use it. Danny Wright, Italian forces and infrastructure in the Red Sea. Robert Locke, Adrift Fidelity, a mystery wrapped in Enigma, wrapped in the French merchantman, SOE ship and commando carrier. Martin Peacock's the Queen Elizabeth class, a brave first step, a faltering giant leap, or something else, possibly a successful failure. Runon, Stalin gets most or all of his dream fleet. What would likely NATO Western Ally building program look like in response? And Wayne Boring, HMS Agincourt, as proposed by Alex, is built. How do other navies react? That's a fun thing. And there are votes already in. And Colin Cameron, you are an early lead. So either there are lots of people actually interested in it, or you have multiple accounts which are patrons. Right then, let's pop out the chat so I can read it properly. I have got the books somewhere. And today's books are fun ones. Hello, Yosonk. Right, and let's start off at the top, make sure it's a live chat, and let's go through and say hello to everyone. Hello, Verdun. Hello, Martin Skeet. Hello, Bob Fry. Hello, Mark Harkness. Hello, Raymond. Hello, Yickers. Hello, Knight6831. Hello, DGB40. Hello, Frame15. Hello, Stephen Richards. Hello, Rapid Razorback, Stafford Thompson. Hello. Hello, Jess B. Hello, Concentratinus. Hello, Albazaski. Hello, Glynn Stewart. It said 2:20. I went to get donuts, and now I'm late. But I have donuts. Yes, that's a good point. Hello, Wayne. Hello, Paul. Hello, Oziowski. Hello, Michael Cooch. Hello, Tanif. Hello, Derp Squad. Hello, Jack Ray. Well, you did tell us it was that. Yes, I know, but I wasn't expecting Alex can read them all. Oh dear, sweet lord, a reincarnated Fisher in the 30s. Well, Fission was known about in the 30s. Fisher would try for a nuclear carrier, an 18-inch super duper fast dreadnought. Hello, bug guys, 829. We can forgive it. Donuts are life. Yes, we can forgive it. The fact that I can't have donuts at the moment is rather cruel, but yeah, we can forgive it. I got some raisins. I got some water. Ew. Stretch. Ooh! Thank you, Jack Ray. Gifting people memberships. Ugh. How are we all doing? So, I have an interesting idea, because I thought for the 100, we do a lot of chatting, as we always do. B, I'd have 6 quite interesting books here. 3 of them are Kindle, so will be read off my phone. Heads up for anyone who, you know, is going to complain because I'm reading off my phone. 3 are from my bookshelf. Including this book. Naval Warfare 1815 to 1914. So, basically, 18th century cruisers and all that stuff, everything. Lawrence Sondhans is a pretty good, pretty brilliant source. And, yeah. It's another of the Routledge books, and how do I put this politely? Routledge books can vary in cost. They can either be quite reasonable, or they can be massively expensive. What I would mention about this one, and this series as well, is you can find all sorts of books written in that are inside. Including, well, The Soviet Military Experience by Roger Rees. The War for Independence and Transformation of American Society by Harry M. Ward. Warfare, State of Society in the Byzantine World by John Haldon. Western Warfare in the Age of Crusades by John France. Lots of interesting books. But we'll be getting to that later. 60 plus Canadian dollars for both Kindle and hard copy. Woof. Yep, and of course this one, which is just cute, and it's going to be the first book today to be looked at. And this one. Hello. Yeah. It's British naval intelligence through the 20th century. It's kind of scary to some people to believe just how much the British were spying on people. And once you go through there, you realise the British maintained a fairly effective intelligence organisation in the Royal Navy for the entirety of the 20th century. and had inherited one which had been around before then. It's one of those interesting scenarios. People go, where does a Royal Navy intelligence start? Well, you always have to be careful, because people will give you the official start date, but they may be wrong. They may be right, but they may be wrong. And, yeah, as preventative, my sister cooked lunch today, so please don't take this the wrong way. But before we even start, I'm just making sure I'm okay. Thank you, Verdun. A brick of a book. It is a brick of a book. Electricity Navy. It's a light reading. Now, actually, to the to Andy Boyd's book on British naval intelligence, there isn't really an American counterpart to it. There are different books which are quite good on American naval intelligence, but if I have to look at the book. The Office of Naval Intelligence. Oh, there is a book on it which is quite good, but hang on. It's not really the same scope, but it is quite good. Let me just check in my own Amazon folder. Because then I'll be able to find it. Basically, you'll find a series called The Office of Naval Intelligence, and you'll find these things called their war notes, and they're pretty darn good as a series, but there's no single text that really brings together everything of the Office of Naval Intelligence. Not as far as I can see. There is an interesting book which was produced by the Office of Naval Intelligence, which you will find, which was published in 1900, called Notes on Naval Progress, which is about £21 in the UK, so I'm not sure how much it is in America, etc. But it's not bad. It's not terrible. Thank you, Maitre Verdun. Actually, the joke which Andy says himself, and we have had Andy, because of this book and other things, we've had him on Bilge Pumps. The author, Andrew Boyd. And one of the interesting points he said to us was, very quickly, he said, this book is the book is about the roughly 15% I'm allowed to talk about. So the roughly 15% of British naval intelligence he's allowed to talk about equates to a book which ends up in a book which is roughly, let's see, 776 pages long. So that the book he writes based on the 15% he's roughly allowed to talk about is 776 pages long. No. My sister is definitely not a Mrs. She is another Dr. Clarke, but she's not a Mrs. The Mrs. Clarke in my family would be my mum. And when she cooks, it's very, very nice. But the trouble is, the cooking rota goes like this. Alex, myself, does Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. For some reason, those have never been days I've been keen on doing lives. So those are my days a week. My sister gets Thursdays and Sundays. And my mum does Saturdays. Hence you have this view of me eating takeaways constantly because my sister's cooking is interesting. There have always been Navy men sitting in the corner of a pub, drinking a pint and listening well. Yep, pretty much. But once you start looking into the whole scenario of British naval intelligence and of naval intelligence as a whole, you realise that pretty much the entire... Where's my... Oh, there's my... our shoe. You realise with naval intelligence that if you don't have it, you can't do the operations which the British do. If we think about that, during the Napoleonic Wars, how often the Royal Navy are sitting off the French coast? And if you want a heads up that the enemy are going to sail, well, there's only so much you can see from outside a port, isn't there? If you want to know that, you need to get close. You ideally want someone to be in the port, watching them. And you've got lots of people who can speak French. That's right. Well, Doc, I concluded that a British Imperial Federation or Commonwealth would have dominated in the Atlantic Ocean, Mediterranean Sea, Indian Ocean, with secondary dominance in the Pacific. But eventually, to reduce strain, the duties would be shared amongst the British, Canada, Australia, Indian Naval, New Zealand, and South Africa. If any of the logic falls short, please let me know. Well, as I said, I think if it was a federation, then it wouldn't be so much of a shared as just think of it. Think of it as shared, but think of it as a federation. So, my scenario was that you would have pretty much an integrated navy, in that the capital ships would be the capital ships and probably carriers would be crewed by people from all the nations, and would sort of fall, broadly speaking, under the Royal Navy flag. But you know, you'd have the crews would be a full mixture. And you'd have the destroyers and cruisers might belong to specific nations, but basically would be functioning as one navy. And that would be the Royal Navy globally. With everyone paying some money into its operating budget. And also, that means if, let's say, Britain took on the lion's share of the cost of building the capital ships, etc. Yeah, the carriers and those things, that's going to be expensive, but escorts, infrastructure around the world, all these things, the logistics, supply lines, that's shared out. That suddenly makes it a lot cheaper. Sometimes I still haven't got gotten the brakes fixed on the Dodge yet. I'm lucky to be here today, given the winter storms. Yeah, get the brakes fixed, Stafford. I think there is no one here who's a Canadian listener, and there's certainly not me who drives in snow quite regularly in the UK when we have it, who would say, don't get your brakes fixed. We'd all say, get your brakes fixed right now. I know you've been having trouble with it, but at a certain point, take it to a garage and get them to fix it. If necessary, the Dodge dealership. Thank you, George Newman. There's a teacher or banned by the Geneva Convention. T-shirt. My sister's cooking is interesting. Honestly, it's sister's cooking or an evening company with Admiral BT. So if I don't, if I have BT, I don't have to have my sister's cooking, right? It's not both. It's just one or the other. On the idea that she probably never watches this video, and the other cousins who do watch this video will keep quiet, won't you? I'm gonna go for BT because then I get to punch him, and I also don't have to have my sister cooking. Yeah. I usually, hence Stafford. Hence, I normally have a four-wheel drive Subaru or Volvo as my cars in the UK because of the places I go, which are snowy in the UK. If you drive up to Scotland, you will find snow. Lake District, Peak District, you find snow. Quite often in Cornwall, you will find snow. Run. Plot twist. Dr. Clarke's cooking is actually quite good. She just doesn't want to cook the same thing repeatedly. No. No. I love my sister dearly. But, yeah, her days to cook are not the days I look forward to eating. She's getting better. She is getting better. Look, I've only taken 2 Imodium today, to be honest. Normally by now I am halfway through the pack. And yes, I do have the very special kind. So, without much further ado, let's put some details onto the description so that we have some timestamps going on. So just start listings. I think it'd be good to listen while I put together my white scars. Vanguard veteran. Nice. I still haven't got round to building my walls yet. I have now got all the paints and everything in for them, and I've got some space cleared out. As you might have noticed, this area has appeared sort of behind me. Sort of. So, yeah, there'll be some construction at some point. I might even do the whole camera over the shoulder thing while I'm building it. No, I'm not worried about my that one. That one. Oof. Seamricious, my wife would like to know, does your sister have a casewood count? Think she's going to tell on you. I think my sister does have a Facebook account, but I think my sister keeps her Facebook account hidden, so should be okay, because she tries to avoid her students finding her Facebook account. Whereas I just don't bother and have mine out. Don't worry, Stephen. Please note, by the way, there is nothing I say here that I do not say to her face. In fact, I would say I'm probably politer than some of the members of the other members of the family to her face. Mark Anders, BT isn't just World War I. You could talk about post-World War I period or China. China would be interesting. Post-World War I, of course, he made a decision to allow the Fleet Air Arm to become part of the Royal Air Force. So that also is not a good conversation with me. In fact, that's the kind of conversation which involves me again hitting him going, "Why did you do that, you stupid?" I do not believe in shaking or hitting small children. Admirals of the Fleet! Yes! I'm sure there's a hearty sibling discourse or stream. The great advantage is, of course, she doesn't have a YouTube channel and doesn't like doing things in front of cameras. So, it's no chance of response. How does some video refer? You get there if you're starting a 5th squad Spitfire there, you will get there with a full squadron. Now, so if the British Naval Commonwealth Navies integrate, would that mean the Air Force adopt the same designation system? Probably, and the Army as well. The Army, they'd probably all, to an extent, integrate in that they'd all be using similar equipment. Thank you, Stafford. So, speaking of cooking, have you opened the jar yet? Honestly, after reading its instructions, and it's in here, I'm tempted to save it for barbecue season, because it reads to me, and its ingredients, like it'd be quite a nice barbecue rub, but I'm not sure. I might have that completely wrong. Because I was going through it with my, this is what you sent me. I was going through it with my Google Translate and thinking, that might be nice to rub into, some, what do you call them? Some little short ribs. But, you know, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm curious what was cooked for lunch. I'm curious as to what was cooked for lunch. I couldn't work it out. And I was eating it. Nice turn. So with what you told me, the Aussies get the Type 82s for Perth class and the Adelaide class is Type 42. Potentially. There seems... yeah. I think our main trouble with ordering Iron Brew and sending it to Jamie's address in Australia is I think Jamie might drink it. Because Jamie has yet to sup on the joy that is 1901 Iron Brew. And if me and Drax send enough for us to Jamie's house, he will try and drink it. How does anyone do it? Since I'm still writing sci-fi occasionally, well, of course, enjoy. Stephen Richards, if Fisher's in charge from the 30s, does naval aviation improve for the British? Let's put it this way, with Fisher's personality, if you introduce him to a gull-wing Seafire fighter in the sort of 1938-37 time, What chance is there that that does not get developed for the Fleet Air Arm? Derp Squad, shaking and hissing an arrow of His Majesty's fleet sounds like treason to me. I would say it was in national defence that I was doing it. I was trying to shake some sense into the blockhead. Soon, just watch. She'll voice over an ultimate Admiral Dreadnought footage just to get even. Nah. For that, she'd also have to work out how to use the software. Why do you think I always have my mum eat? Let my mum start eating the food first before I touch it. And if she's gonna do food poisoning, she'll have to poison her as well as me. Sorry to hear that, Southern video photographer. Why do you think they're getting fired? Come on, try a tip of knife of it on a slice of butter bread first before you rub a steak or rib with it. Okay. Because, did you see the LHD being built for Qatar and Italy? I have looked at it, but that's definitely going to be a Bill Trump's discussion. Feel free to send 1901 to my house anytime. I know you, Glynn. These cans are really, really good, by the way. I would say I would always be very happy with a bottle, and I was trying to get a bottle for the 100th episode. Didn't manage to find one. So I might treat myself to a third can this week, just as a special treat. As it's the 100th episode. But, yeah, they are really, really good. Raymond, what would be the worst design prototype you could give a First Sea Lord Fisher in the prototype if you wanted the world to not actively fear the UK? If I wanted the worst design I could give Fisher, if I wanted the world to not actively fear the UK, does that mean worse as in it would not work for what I wanted, or worse as in it would work for what I wanted? So I'm going to presume it's the latter, so worst I could get away with. Honestly, if we consider the Dreadnought, right, they did have triple turrets being developed at the time. They did have 14-inch guns available around at the time. They did have the ability to... They were... naval architecture-wise, they did have the ability to do super firing, to do a turret behind a turret. If you do all that, you could end up with 5 triple turrets, super firing, 2 of them super firing, to give you 6 firing forward or 6 firing aft, 14-inch guns, so 15 14-inch guns, and if you, thanks to it being slightly slimmer, because if you think about it, if you don't have those turrets on the sides, the wing turrets, you can actually build you're going to be slightly longer, but slightly slimmer as well. She'll actually probably be faster, so she could actually get to 24 knots rather than 21 knots. Just think about that. Think about a Dreadnought which has 15 14-inch guns and a top speed of 24 knots. And imagine that as the baseline for the Dreadnoughts. And then think about all those nations which go, well, our ships are not that far behind the Dreadnought. No, they're semi-Dreadnoughts, or they're almost Dreadnoughts. And imagine what they'd be saying on the basis of that. Because let's be honest, if you've got 3 14-inch guns, that's the equivalent firepower as 4 12-inch guns in some respects. And so that means, for Britain, for all those pre-Dreadnoughts which have had 4 turrets with 12-inch guns on, 2 turrets with twin 12-inch guns on them, suddenly it's got each turret is the equivalent firepower of a pre-Dreadnought. That would be very, very scary. And then look what's built. Dreadnought. She is scary enough. But she's an attainable level of scary. Oh. When will we get bilge pumps in 2023? We're recording tomorrow, so some point this week. That's good, Jack, right? Stephen Rutherford, off topic, but what would a British version of USS Long Beach, or just how would the British go around about any nuclear cruiser? That's an interesting scenario. The British did look at nuclear cruisers at several points. So basically, my suggestion is always imagine a Type 82, but with helicopter facilities and a nuclear power plant. Because that's, broadly speaking, what I think it would end up looking like. Something like HMS Bristol, but she'd be moved around in terms of some of the space and some of the systems, end up with a helicopter aft, end up with possibly 2 guns forward, could end up with even 2 twin 4.5-inch guns forward, because at the time it would probably produced would have been twin 4.5-inch guns. Sea Dart launcher forward, or either... And then the interesting thing becomes either a Sea Dart launcher on each wing, or a Sea Dart launcher forward and aft, and Seawolf or its predecessor in sort of short-range missile systems on each wing. Hello, Nathan. Have you ever come across sci-fi galleys with rails or something like that? Not off the top of my head. Discord, are you suggesting the king has made a foolish choice and mistaken his choice of admirals? Sounds like treason to me. That'll do, but frankly I would say, nicest way, the king's a very busy person, and a gentleman can have all the experience and all the necessary knowledge and standing in the world, but that doesn't mean he's going to make sensible decisions. Even the king can have a bad day or be fooled by someone who's actually an idiot dressed up in a cloak of smartness. That's just terrible, Glynn. No 1901 in the GTA. Someone for various reasons. Teachers made students cry in class. I'm just sarcastic with though. I have to say, I have made a student cry in class, but that was when I explained that plagiarism can get you chucked out of the university, not just a disciplinary. And when she tried to say, but my daddy will fix it, he'll write a check, I said that doesn't work, and then she started crying. Honestly, I handed it off to my teaching assistant. I was doing a joint lecture. I had a librarian with me and a teaching assistant who were both female, and I just went, crying female student. You've seen it. Deal with it. And yeah, girl was. You get one in every year group. Sometimes they're girls, sometimes they're boys, who honestly believe their parents will pay and get them out of any problem. And when they learn that won't work, they get very, very upset, and they try other means of getting their ways. But plagiarism is plagiarism. Right. Admirals by Andrew Lambert. It's a very cool book. I would go so far as to say it's a foundational text of modern naval history. In that reading it is almost a requirement for studying modern naval history because it's such a touchstone. You can agree with it, you can disagree with it. But it is a touchstone. And I'm going to go to an Admiral who gets forgotten quite often. But, and this should tell you this one, his tagline by Andrew Lambert is Supreme Strategist. And I'll say who it is after I finish reading the section. When war broke out in 1739, professionalism and effective networking was rewarded with a high-risk appointment, given by the cabinet that included Lord Hardwicke. Seized the opportunity to secure fame, fortune and favour. He needed a good war, one that allowed him to advance onto the Admirals list in time to reap a golden harvest from the sea. War with Spain was about to be declared by a nation hungry for glory and profit, bored by endless years of peace and stability. Having adopted a simplistic, quasi-Elizabethan strategy of large-scale, long-distance treasure raids into the Caribbean and Pacific, the Navy needed officers with experience of independent command. With the support of Norris and Hardwicke, the final piece of the jigsaw was provided by Admiral Sir Charles Wagga, the first Sea Lord, who officially nominated him for the Pacific Command. One of his ships was named Wagga, and another was commanded by Norris's son. Anson was expected to equal the achievements of Drake, plundering the South American coast, capturing the Manila galleon, and fomenting local risings against Spanish rule. The high-risk command required major feats of navigation, seamanship, endurance, and above all, leadership. 8-ship expeditions circled the globe, often without reliable charts in waters rarely traversed by Europeans. To make matters worse, his 500 troops were either raw recruits or disabled veterans, and long before the squadron left Spithead, French intelligence had uncovered the plan and forewarned the Spanish. The passage south was a trial. Although Anson avoided the Spanish, typhus and dysentery, the common complaints of overcrowded dirty ships filled with sick and dying soldiers quickly took their hold. Because the squadron left England later than planned, it reached Cape Horn in the depths of winter, the worst possible moment for a passage to the west. It took Anson 3 months to beat a passage far enough west to enter the Pacific, his ship struggling against mountainous seas, a strong easterly current, and ferocious winds that stripped the sails from the yards, snapped masts, and strained every fibre of the men and ships to the absolute limit. In the midst of this elemental ordeal, the men began to succumb to scurvy, the dreaded disease of the sea, brought on by vitamin C deficiency. Unable to understand, let alone prevent this terrible enfeebling scourge, he could only watch as his men collapsed. Covered in ulcers, their teeth fell from rotten gums, and old wounds reopened, before depression set in and they died like so many rotten sheep. The younger men, with larger natural stores of vitamin C, lasted longer, but they were exhausted by endless work in freezing weather, unable to light their fires for hot food or dry clothes. Logistical, elemental, and infectious factors crippled Anson's force even as he entered the Pacific, but his determination seemed to reduce even the threat of scurvy. There was nothing on the circumnavigation that he had not seen before. By mid-June, Anson and the Centurion reached the rendezvous at the Juan Fernandez Islands, better known as the haunt of Robinson Crusoe and his factual precursor Alexander Selkirk, with only the sloop Tyrrell in company. Later, the storeship Anna and the 50-gun Gloucester arrived. The latter so short of men that crew had to help her into the anchorage. On the other three ships, the 50-gun Seven and the 40-gun Pearl had turned back. The storeship, Wagga, made it into the Pacific, only to be wrecked on the Chilean coast, depriving Anson of his field artillery and most of his soldiers. At this junction, Anson might have been forgiven for simply turning back. Half his ships and more than half the crew of the ships that remained had been lost. With few soldiers and no field artillery, he could not conduct any significant landing operations on the South American coast. However, his leadership had been proved. Those ships that remained in company, and he had done all that was humanly possible to ensure the squadron kept together, had fought their way through seemingly impossible circumstances to make it to the rendezvous. Once they lost contact with his pendant, the other ships seemed to lose the will to continue or wit to act wisely. Arriving at Juan Fernandez, Anson and his officers had to work alongside the crew to get the ships into the anchorage and the invalids ashore. Great leaders can let down the barriers of rank and dignity that are vital to the status of those who lack the natural authority. Having refreshed and restored his ships, and the 35 men who remained from the original 961, Anson headed for the Chilean coast, where he captured some unsuspecting Spanish vessels and sacked the small Peruvian town of Paita. Moving up the archipelago to attempt the Manila galleon, he was disappointed to find her already in port and the town far too strong for his depleted forces. The voyage beginning to prosper, the men began to mutter about the distribution of prize money, expecting that Anson would act like the buccaneers of old and give them their share in cash. Hearing rumours of discontent, Anson called the men on deck and explained to them that in the Navy things were done differently. Their rights were protected by Act of Parliament, and all would get their fair share. At the same time, he made small but effective concessions to ensure that no one felt left out of the sudden treasure bonanza. After a second harrying passage, this time across the Pacific, the Centurion arrived at the island of Tinian in late 1742. She was alone. The other ships had been burnt and abandoned, lacking even men even to sail them, let alone keep them seaworthy. Many more men had died, and the scurvy-stricken invalids once again had to be helped ashore by Anson and his officers. Anson himself took the lead in tending them. Fresh fruit and vegetables, fresh water, and fresh meat restored most of the survivors to a semblance of health. But the ship, too, was showing signs of distress, and it would be difficult to effect repairs on a small island with so few men. Although afflicted with scobitic symptoms himself, Anson tenaciously clung to his post on board ship, while most of the men went ashore, and worked alongside his crew on vital repairs. Soon after he took his turn ashore, the ship was blown out of the anchorage and disappeared for 19 days. Desperate attempts were made to rebuild a small Spanish vessel to carry the men, but the Centurion had survived, and Lieutenant Philip Samaraz and his tiny crew managed to bring her back. The sense of relief when she was sighted was overwhelming. For the first time in Anson's famed reserve broke, as he threw down his axe and rushed to the water's edge with his men in a kind of frenzy. He soon recovered his composure, however, and resumed the masked command. In early November, the Centurion reached Macau, centre of the Portuguese China trade. Here he found the craftsman to repair his leaky, battered ship and a chance to catch up on European news. To his consternation, he found not one word from the Admiralty, nor a foot of rope for repairs. Although he maintained the dignity and composure expected of a Commodore, both to reassure his men and to secure necessary support from Chinese authorities who found a Western warship both novel and frightening, Anson was desperately trying to salvage something from disaster. If he returned home now, the trifling fund of prize stowed in the Centurion's hold would appear ridiculous when set against the limitless expectations of those who sent him. His career would be over. There was one chance to redeem the expedition. He would sail back to the Philippines and capture the legendary Acapulco galleon, loaded with silver and treasure that lubricated the Spanish end of the Chinese trade system. It was obvious to the Europeans in Canton that this option would be attractive to Anson. The French and the Spanish bent their efforts to block his departure, while the English East India Company did little to help. However, the Centurion's gun deck of 24-pounders proved a persuasive diplomatic tool in discussion with the Chinese, who provided Anson with the food and craftsmen he needed. He also hired an international group of sailors to reinforce his feeble crew. Even with their hired help, however, he could muster no more than 227 men, a third of the ship's proper complement. This, of course, is on George Anson. It's a good one. No, so I just realised if the HMS Zealous is not sunk in 1967, then the Harpoon takes longer to come into service. Probably. I discovered actually, Chat GPT. There are interesting scenarios for people because they can try it, but it's going to be picked up quite quickly, especially with history, because the references, once you start checking them and through Turnitin, which is another, of course, AI, that will soon reveal that those aren't real references. Well, when I say AI, very limited AI. But i.e. a massive data trawling system. Oh, I'm not bothered by that. I did mention, of course, someone trying plagiarism before I started talking, so I was expecting people to start talking about similar sort of things. And ChatGPT does keep coming up on a scenario. It does, whether I want it to or not. AI is being used very, very, how to put this? Generally. Very, very generally. And yeah, I'm not really keen on the way they keep using it quite so much. It's how do I put this politely? Let's put it this way. Some people have a real obsession with calling everything AI. And I know where it comes from, because AI sounds cool. It sounds, you know, ooh, that's going to be interesting. That's going to be that. That's going to be... But the reality is, it's not. It's not AI. It's something else. And there's nothing wrong with it being something else. Will there be armchair animals in the future? I think there are some armchair animals scheduled for the future. Better been called a bot? Probably. I honestly think... Yeah. Artificial stupid is the interesting Asimov term, because that's the problem with AI, and also some perceptions of AI, because you have people who discuss AI and they go, well, you know, the AI system, you could give it this task, and this task could involve it to this making it decide it should blow up the human race. Well, then it's not a real artificial intelligence, is it? It's artificially stupid. It's been given a single function, and all it can do is pursue that function. It can't factor in the other things. Whereas if it's actually intelligence, it will think, hang on, I've been set by these people the task of fixing the environment. I've got to do it within within a solution which makes it still viable for them to live in, and they need to be alive for it. Because that's what intelligence does. Because if you think about it, when you are set a task as a person, you automatically... Let's say this. Someone sits there and goes, right then, we need to get these from A to B the most efficient way possible. Well, the most efficient way possible, if you have heavy goods vehicles, would be to load up the HGVs and then shut down the roads for all other users and then just drive along as fast as you like. How would you do that? Well, you know, I don't know, get the police to block them off, blow up all access roads to the you know, motorway system that you want to use, or there are options. None of them are sensible, and you wouldn't do it because you're intelligent enough to go, hang on, that's not really that's not what they mean. So that's the difference between artificially intelligent and artificially stupid. So when we're talking about AI, most of the nightmare scenarios involve artificially stupid. However, true artificial intelligence would be very, very dangerous from a different perspective, because if it can think all those factors through, it can probably work out how to run the world and keep everyone happy and keep itself safe. So you have to be careful how you build your artificial intelligence and whether it is truly artificial intelligence, or artificially stupid. So Drax showed a picture of Balacruz HMS Rodney from a picture. Her whole skeleton was not even a quarter way complete. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we don't have time for the lecture on heuristic specialist expert systems. This is the random thing with doing what I do. Because I'm the historian engineering department, guess who gets the ethics lectures? So I spend a lot of my time reading about the ethics of artificial intelligence and all those engineering systems and all the things from the engineering perspective, and it's fun. Okay, one country's dropping the other one now. We'll be preoccupied for a little bit. Yeah. A 30s design which makes everyone go oh sugar and chain their design teams to the desk and feed them Red Bull until they engine themselves out of that hole. This is for a 30s reincarnated Fisher. Oh, if Fisher's doing that, okay, for starters, I'm fairly certain that Henderson gets his dream Ark Royal, because those two would have an absolute love for that, with Fisher as first Sea Lord and Henderson as third Sea Lord. Goodness knows how big a navy they get built. Secondly, control the fleet air arm, but the thing that would actually really cause the chaining of people to desks would probably be the battleship he would build. And the battleship class they build would probably have... It's a really interesting question, because do they go for 9 or 12 16-inch guns? And it's a case of how much is Britain prepared to cheat? And how much is Fisher prepared to cheat? And are they prepared to leave the treaties? Because Fisher, I could see, would immediately use the leaving of Japan from the treaties to build a bigger ship. He would be building a 16-inch gun ship anyway, but I have a feeling you'd best have 2 come out with 9 16-inch guns. You might have 12. I think he'd also be pushing for either a quicker building program, a faster replacement program, or would be building for would be doing a faster rebuilding program of the various capital ships. So I think I can certainly see Repulse, Renown and Hood all getting their rebuilds under a Fisher led 1930s. Now impressions on HMS Bristol. Her breakwater after turret and forward of Erika has what looks like a rather large compartment built into the breakwater. Any idea what it is? Richards, the A and the I in AI are Lovecraftian old ones, according to Geordie Rose. who created a D-wave quantum computers. So the basic question, who are the Lovecraftian old ones? So, most of the nightmares are from it becoming self-aware, but to what extent is it really self-aware? If it can only solve problems in a 0 or 1 scenario, and not see the other options, then to what extent is it self-aware? Because the fundamental point is, humans might be able to be broken down into zeros and ones, but we aren't zeros and ones. No one here thinks in terms of 0-1 binary. At best point, humans think in yes, no, or other. I.e., yes, that's the solution. Yes or no, we can do that. Or we need to do it another way. If you think about it, that's very much at least, you can break it down to at least 3, but actually you can almost go on a scale of options. Steam reference. To continue nuclear fun, imagine HMS Vanguard refitted with nuclear machinery and missile launchers on the back, placed in the back turrets. Imagine that would be fun in the Falklands. That would be very, very scary in the Falklands. The info on HMS Bristol is very scarce. Give it a shot. Wouldn't the biggest bonus of Fisher be the news relationships that created We Want 8 and We Won't Wait Act? Oh, he would again start on that thing, but it would take him a couple of years to rebuild it. Because remember, not all the same personalities are still around as were around then. I had come to the conclusion a long while ago that the UK Commonwealth military would only buy foreign if it had no domestic alternative available. Seem logical? Yep. I.e., within the Commonwealth. Surely if Fisher's around in the 30s, infrastructure would be a goal first. Infrastructure would probably get worked over, yes. Also, can we please imagine Fisher's reaction to someone telling him, well, we think we can save money on the forts at Singapore. You do? Jackie Fisher would have had would have fits over the poor conditions of several ships. Please remember, everyone, Skynet is actually a real thing, and when I say it's a real thing, it is actually the British satellite communication system is called Skynet. Before anyone gets too worried about it, they were launched after the Terminator movies. But everyone always presumes it's an American system which is going to go wrong and take over the world. Not the British system. This is despite the fact that the British actually did take over and run the world for a while. Did he? I go all the way around. No. Yeah. A little bit of tomfoolery, but hey, yeah. We bought Lockheed Hudsons at the same time as we bought Avro Ansons because we couldn't produce enough in the UK, and we didn't have a sort of Commonwealth's infrastructure as it's being proposed set up. Well, from a historian's point of view, what sci-fi franchise has the best depicted ship design process for a franchise's history? So first of all, you have to find one which actually has significant history. So you're left with pretty much two in terms of the ones which are published media, i.e. Star Wars and Star Trek. The trouble is with Star Wars is that actually some of the earlier ships seem more advanced than some of the later ships because of the order of the filming of the movies rather than the impact that it has on the technology available in the actual ships. Yeah, you end up having to go with Star Trek, who actually did manage to maintain some continuity of it. Even though Discovery did do some weird things, they did provide a sort of explanation for Discovery. I'd be really worried if they were comm satellites. Let's be honest, some video photographer. Comm satellites, all the information goes through them. If you wanted to take over the world, the thing you hack is the communication systems. And you change what comms goes to different places. Admiral Fisher would have done what we know Dudley Pound was going to do. Pull Hood off the front line in intro construction. Yep. Oh, Knight Origins. In 1954, given that Vanguard's a new hull, many years left on, you can strip everything off the deck and build onto the deck's below. Do with the magazine space what you like. What could you build? Call me a fixed wing carrier. 1954. Honestly, 1954, there isn't much I want to change on it in 1954. Give me till about 1960, then I'll want to change some stuff on it. But in 1954, she's pretty good. There are lots of things you could build. You could build her up as a command ship. You could sort of put in some helicopters on the back, because they're starting to have the helicopter force developed for the that's going to come up with Albion and Bulwark as LPHs in the Suez Crisis. So you could put in sort of helicopter flight, etc. aft, take off her aft turret and stick in a hangar and that sort of thing. Most modern science and technology. Slightly off topic, what is the best Iron and Steel naval board game? It's the maker I think you're talking about. Honestly, I like quite a few of those. Alsowski, I like the story of the original Constitution class refit. We rebuilt the Enterprise. It was frickin' expensive and hard. Let's just build new ships. Makes sense. Thomas Van Veld. I have no idea. Do you have the little bell pressed? There's a little bell in the corner, and if that's pressed, then it helps out. Now, I'm going to need to get up my trusty mobile phone, because this is I have on Kindle. And, yeah. Banishment, The Forgotten Empire. And this is Raymond Wiel, who is, of course, he's dead and his family have continued on the books. which is nice on them. And it makes them worth reading and finishing off. There's 8 in the series. Sadly, he died before he could complete this book. The 8th Fleet of the Human Empire was on patrol in the Shoreline Expanse, an area containing just a few stars and several large dust clouds. The fleet was on watch for pirates who'd been raiding the space lanes between several heavily populated human worlds. So far, the patrol had been uneventful, with no signs of pirates. Of more concern was the growing tension between the Confederation and the Empire. There was a distinct possibility war could break out any day. High Prince Aiden Starguard didn't want to bring his fleet out here with the current tensions, but his father insisted. The High King felt that by Aiden putting an appearance away from the capital, it would help calm the population. Aiden's father and sister both believed war with the Confederation was far-fetched. Aiden was not so certain. The tensions between the Confederation and the Empire was growing steadily, with demands from the Confederation of the Empire to cease expansion and to allow Confederation warships into all systems controlled by the Empire for inspections. Aiden's father had sent a firm no and a reminder Confederation how they had no say in what the Empire did. Every day the reports near the borders of the Empire confirmed increased Confederation fleet activity, which greatly concerned Aiden. Today it looked as if the situation between the Empire and Confederation had taken a sudden turn for the worse. Aiden gazed with deep concern and tactical display. He was on board the Empire-class dreadnought Vindicator, the flagship of the 8th Fleet, also the Empire's largest force of military ships. During the last 2 hours, confirmed reports on Confederation ships entering Empire space had grown. We've lost contact with the Hadrian Star Cluster, the Vortex World and Laminar Stars, reported Admiral Malden Cross, his eyes narrowing sharply. All 3 reported large fleets of Confederation warships in their vicinity before we lost contact. We cannot contact the 3rd, 4th, 9th and 12th fleets, added Lieutenant Breams from the communications. There were some vague references about encroaching Confederation warships, and then silence. We're receiving reports of Confederation fleets and ships in numerous systems of the Empire, added Admiral Cross as he stepped away from communications. Star Command has just issued a warning of possible conflict with the Confederation. They're still trying to determine exactly what's happening. Admiral Vrex believes we are now possibly in armed conflict with the Confederation and has ordered us to act accordingly. So they finally made the move, said Aiden, a deep frown covering his face. He could feel his heart pounding at the implications. This was exactly what he had warned his family about. The Empire's fleets were scattered and could easily be picked off one by one by the Confederation. The Confederation has always feared us, replied Admiral Cross. For years they've been displeased with our rapid colonization of worlds. We pushed them too far and now we'll pay the price. The High Prince let out a deep breath. I warned the Royal Court that we were treading on dangerous line. The Confederation has ruled the galaxy for nearly 30,000 years and would never allow us to become a major threat. I'm surprised they waited this long. But our fleets, said Captain Brunson, his eyes narrowing. We have hundreds of warships. The High Prince shook his head. We have hundreds. They have thousands. 7 major races of the Confederation control hundreds of thousands of inhabited worlds. For decades they have been limiting our trade with other civilizations. They have placed taxes on our trading vessels, and even severely limited the items we can trade for. We are receiving reports of large Confederation fleets in the Maul Star Cluster, reported Communications Officer. We have unconfirmed reports of several cities being bombed. The Maul Star Cluster? Said Captain Brunson, raising his eyebrows. Surely the Confederation isn't considering attacking our home world. The High Prince nodded his head. They would if they want to end our threat completely. This was something else Aiden had warned his father and the other members of the royal family about. The Confederation, while they often move slowly, would eventually move against the Empire. Now it seemed as if Aiden's warnings were coming true, with dire consequences. He just hoped the reports of bombed cities were nothing more than wild rumours. Hundreds of billions of people were in the Empire. Set a course for home and recall all fleet units. If we can show a united front, perhaps the Confederation will pull back. Aiden knew the odds of that were remote. While the Confederation moved very slowly in making decisions, once one was made, it was never reversed. See if we can contact my father. We need to know exactly what's going on. A few minutes later, the 112 ships of the 8th Fleet were in hyperspace, speeding towards the Maul Star Cluster, hoping they were not too late. This is a good and interesting book. It's got several battles in it which are interestingly and well put together. And I have to say, the good thing about Raymond Wiel is he wrote such good books that his family has been able to carry them on and finish them. And honestly, they took over, I think, They took over from book 5 onwards. They seem to have taken over. And done quite a good job. Wait till the sun set around. Just I don't even thought. What if a reincarnation of Fisher took over the RN in 2010 as the first Sea Lord? We'd currently be under a naval dictatorship. Nice. How could the shipbuilding industry adapt if you can mass produce ships with no penalty of construction or manpower, with over warships and merchant ships? Panic. Have your coffee, Thomas. Wait a minute, how does the bell issue with YouTube? There's a setting hidden in the menus. Took forever to find it. Yes, the standard setting is that it will only alert you if you just press the bell. Its standard thing is it will alert you to ones you'll think you'll like of the videos, not necessarily all of them. You have to go tell it all of them if you want all of them. Afternoon, Dagon 12. Hello, Mangus Crow. Have you read the Lost Fleet books? If so, what are your thoughts? Ooh. I'm presuming you're talking about Jack Campbell's Lost Fleets series. And have I read them? Answer to that question is... I read the first one. But I haven't read any more, which suggests to me that I wasn't too enamored with the first one. If that's what series you're talking about. Right then, in voting is we've had 12 votes for Tsingtao. If the Tsingtao instantly swore, how does the 1939 RN carrier force against the 1939 IGN force? Has had 12 votes. 10 votes for HMS Vanguard, sinks Aero Vincent de Mayo. 8 votes for the Orion Drive. 8 votes for the Orion Drive. Then we have 7 votes for Martin Keepcock's the Queen Elizabeth class. Carl van Gasberg, you've actually... Diesel Kriegsmarine is only on 2 votes. That's unusual. Usually it's up there about number 6. Renan, Stalin, you've got... With your Stalin one, you've got 5 votes. So you're currently in... 5th place. And then we've got a fair number on 4. Strangely enough, the Ashen core proposed by Alex is built. How do other navies react? No, everyone seems to not be the sort of... There's only 3 votes for that. 83 votes cast so far, but only 3 votes for that so far. Take care, Steam. Let's say, why would the British not sign a naval treaty if somehow the British Empire had gotten extraordinarily lucky and not lost any ships and submarines in World War I? The British wouldn't sign a naval treaty. Because in that scenario, they already have all their ships in the submarine. Yes, they're going to get rid of them, but they've got such an advantage in materiel. Why would they sign a naval treaty with anyone? It's not going to be that bad. They haven't lost a single ship. So they haven't lost any of their battle cruisers. They haven't lost any of those personnel. Yep. Orion Drive. Project Orion, the nuclear propulsion system. Ah, it would have been fun. It would have been fun. Orion class generational ship. That's an interesting one to look at. I will have to. I'd have to do a lot of interesting research for that one. Can I swap my shipyard for an iron brewery? Oh, we all wish we could do that. I think so. How does the US go bust in the scenario I described? Probably the US just goes back to isolationism. It's going to sound strange, but the US was always skipping between the two, being part of the world or being isolationist. And you see this even in their modern politics, as this is an outsider looking in, as someone who's very interested in America because of family, etc. there. So looking in, there is always this part tendency in America towards isolationism. It comes about. And yeah, it's always there. There is always the potential for isolationism. So, what I would see is, in the nicest way, if the Americans don't get the Washington Treaty, the League of Nations still might get formed, it might not. It's half of us one, 6 the other. But remember, they don't join the League of Nations because the Americans push for the creation of the League of Nations and then don't join it. Because the people pushing for it are the people who want America to be engaged with the world and part of the world, and people and sort of who are who end up going against it are people who want America to retreat from the world because they don't want to be drawn into another war and all the other things that can happen. So, which is understandable. There is this the problem is the problem I see in a lot of debates and a lot of political debates is people don't try and presume try and start from a position that there is no logic to the other side of the argument. And the first thing to actually winning an argument is you have to understand the logic behind the argument on the other side. Because you can't win an argument if you don't understand the logic of both sides. And there often is a logic. People like to go, oh, it's a reaction from emotion, it's a reaction from... There is a logic. But if you take them through the logical steps which lead to that, that is often the point at which you can spot weakness in any argument. It's the logical steps which underpin how you reach that argument. So let's put it this way: for America with isolationism, the idea is if they cut themselves off from the world, then they're not going to get drawn into another war. But the problem is, for America, is if you want to cut yourself off the world, you're going to have to retreat from the Philippines, you're going to have to retreat from everywhere else, you're going to have to stop trading with everywhere else, and you're going to have to stop expecting to have can have any influence on the world stage, because you can't have one without the other. You can't claim to be a world power and tell people what to do, and also not be integrated into world politics. It just doesn't work that way. There's a whole book called The Ark, which is about how a population escapes from the Earth using an Orion-powered system to get to safety. Ashen, so why would there be panic if you mass-produce an illustrious King George V, Queen Elizabeth Quanta class, Leander, Queen J class? To be honest, mass production merchant ship is the best. Basically, there'd be panic because if Britain can mass produce it, then anyone else can mass produce it. If whatever quantum technology you found that allows you to mass produce ships with no effect of time or anything like that, that's going to be sheer power. Covers, Royal Navy not losing any ships. In Model 1 ends in 1916, if not earlier. Take care, David. Dudley, as for science fiction, you talk about interplanetary colonization needing big ships. I'm working on some rather big yet realistic craft in KSCP to go and colonize. Cool. That's true, nicely, everyone. But there's also the problems of, at that point, how are you manning all these ships? How are you crewing all these ships? If you've gotten your singers, you solved that all, so you've managed to make them minimally crewed, which means they're probably heavily automated. And yeah. If I burp at any point, I apologize. The main issue with the London Naval Treaty and with the London and the US was Article 10, which would supersede the right to the Congress to declare war. In other words, Congress would lose power. LON? So, Johnson, one of the shocking revelations. I know which one of what you've been looking at, seeing, Stafford. The Mexican labour is on average 3 times more skilled than Chinese labour and is still being paid half that of North American wages. So we're experiencing a shift in our sourcing and manufacturing network and reliance on overseas power for the materials we need to manufacture goods. Ah, yes, League of Nations. Yeah. That was a problem. But honestly, there is also the fact that Article 10 in the League of Nations is actually insisted to be put in there by the Americans. So the very article which the Americans insist has to be in there then is the thing that which is used as a reason for the Americans not to join it. It gets fun. The history gets fun. This is the point I often make to people is never expect history to follow straight lines, and the moment anyone tries to tell you that human beings go in a straight line and follow a straight line in history, they are talking twaddle. Because human beings don't think in straight lines. Human beings do not think in ones and zeros. Human beings think in almost in terms of a lateral index. Almost. This is the trouble with having my Amazon open to find the details of anything. I get distracted by the Amazon going, we have deals on history books. Ladies and actually a certified Wilson moment. Yep. Humans are fun. Humans are fun. That is the first thing you realise in life. Humans are fun. Before anyone thinks I'm doing anything rude, I need to make a massive burp. And I'm going to do it out the door, rather than in here. And burp is code for something else, but you know, sister's cooking, and I don't want to live in it. That was not fun. Hi, caramel. There we go. Back. Oh. You occupy Mountbatt's position of Chief Defence Chief from 1959 to 65. How do you fix the headaches of the era, at least minimise the damage, and gain any of what could have been, i.e. been TSR2, Export Buccaneers, CVA1, TO2, P1 with 4-5X? Okay, well I go hell for level for the CVA1. That one registered on Richter scale, it did. That's the thing, people go, why are you drinking Iron Brew while drinking it? Actually, because the Iron Brew is keeping it down. The Iron Brew and water is keeping it down, stopping it coming out that way. Wilson wasn't an idiot. The problem with Wilson is he gets very ill. And he pushes his 14 points, etc., but he can't deliver. He has all these great ideas he wants to put in, but he can't deliver them. As for Mountbatten as Defenceman Chief from 1959 to 65, yes, I pushed forward on CBA1. In fact, I would have pushed that forward earlier and tried to get that built as soon as possible. I'd have also tried to push the infrastructure investment, because once the government started making the money investment in infrastructure to build it, so I'd have gone for the bigger carrier design, then they're going to be more likely to have to do it and follow through on it, because they can't be seen to back down. I'd have wedded the politicians to it so much that, frankly, they would have been absolutely crucified if they tried to get out of it. There's been a surge. Now I have to report that Peacock, Marta Peacock, your Queen Elizabeth class, is level pegging with Glynn Stewart's Orion Drive. Carver Gasberg, your Diesel Kriegsmarine is still only on 2. I have no idea where your normal half a dozen to a dozen votes are at the moment. They've just not shown up yet. And Cameron, Vanguard is now on 11, and Sing Townsend, that leads the war, is on 13. So between the Renown and Admiral classes, if you had the ability to mass produce one of them, which will it be? It will be a drone ship essentially. Which one would be selected? It's going to be a drone ship, and I'm going to mass produce them, so they'll be essentially uncrewed. Theoretically, I should probably say the Admiral class. However, in practice, I'd probably say the Renowns. And there's a reason for this. I can fit more of them into infrastructure. So I can save my bigger, better infrastructure for bigger, better things that I have to have human crewed. So Renowns would become my sort of mass-produced. They'd be used for everything. And it wouldn't matter if, in nicest way, they have less guns, because I'd send 3 or 4 of them to deal with an operation instead of 1 or 2. Manos, I don't discuss the president online. That would be considered in the plight. So how about Theodore Roosevelt? We all like good Teddy stories. Teddy was good. So, if I'm not mistaken, it's time for Andy Boyd's British Naval Intelligence through the 20th century. Yes, it is. Right on. After being introduced to Iron Brew when I started watching the channel, I had to cut back to 2 500ml a week, 1 on each live. Voting? What did I miss? The patron vote is live. It's a good one. Oh, look, the main thing we'll do, Stafford, when you get here, is I'll sit you down, my sister, and you can have a nice talk about engineering and building stuff. Because it'd be nice to have someone else other than me or Drac to try and explain how we're building stuff to her. Because she is an exceptional theoretical engineer and does do a lot of interesting work with stabilizing entire islands and doing all that stuff. But when it comes to actually putting something which is wooden together, she is... I have no idea. See, this is the thing. I can see my sister. She can build brick. She can do bricklaying. She can mix concrete. She can do all that stuff. But you put a screwdriver and screw in her hands and tell her to build an IKEA shelf, and it will fall apart. I love her dearly, but I will never understand that concept, that reality. Why didn't they keep Vanguard in reserve all of the hours? British government short-sightedness. Now remember, the vote for patron does go on all week. So, you know, these are the scores at the moment. Although I will say something, usually about 60% of votes are cast within the first 4 hours. There have been 92 votes cast. And yeah. Oh, Glynn, you're back. You're back in third position. You're on 9 votes now. Martin Peacock, you're still on 8. Remember, it's the top 2 that may get made. So whichever 2 get the most votes, I run it as a first past the post system, but with 2 votes, top 2 winning, they get made. No. Okay. Right then. I'm going to do, for my own eyesight, I am going to turn this way, so I have some actual light on the book. Whatever the truth of the source of these documents and Bywater's possible role, there is a further tantalising but inconclusive evidence pointing to a British agent with access to senior circles in the German Navy, probably naval staff, continuing to operate during the first months of the war. The most compelling pointer is intelligence available in the Admiralty by late December 1914, warning of attack first by German naval Zeppelins on some east coast town and subsequently a combined attack by naval and military airships on London. Its intelligence was timely and accurate, did not come from Signet, and suggests access to high-level planning. The source here might be the same as the provider of the gunnery documents. Furthermore, in November 1921, a senior German naval officer told the American naval attaché in Berlin that the British Admiralty had received information on German naval movements during the war from an officer in the German Admiralty bribed by British secret agents. Although the case for a high-level naval source persisting throughout the war is unconvincing. In November 1939, Sir Stewart Menzies, head of the Secret Intelligence Service, the successor to the SSB, was adamant that all attempts to penetrate Germany in the previous war had been a complete failure. As the next chapter demonstrates, this was not literally true, but probably accurately reflected failure to recruit a senior source actually serving within the government or military. The value of the 1914 gunnery intelligence to the Royal Navy commanders should have been considerable. In theory, the authority of these German documents, their direct relevance to the challenges facing ground fleet units in the engagement of the High Seas Fleet counterparts, and their timelessness at the very start of war could hardly be outbettered. However, as with any intelligence, the documents had to be interpreted with care. There are apparent contradictions between these documents covering gunnery practice, which demonstrate a considerable focus on long-range firing, and German fleet tactical orders recovered by the Russians from the cruiser Magbird, and which reached the Naval Intelligence Division contemporaneously in mid-October. The Magbird documents suggested a strong preference for an action fought at medium range. By the time Jellicoe and his staff came to access the German tactical orders issued by ID in January Intelligence Division in January, wartime experience of the Falklands and Dogger Bank engagements cast serious doubt on the medium-range intent. Both these actions had demonstrated German willingness to fight at long range, and effectiveness in doing so. Jellicoe appears, therefore, not to have placed much weight on the medium-range emphasis. What he took from the gunnery documents, however, was the effort of the Germans had put into long-range firing practice, a need for the Grand Fleet to make this a top priority too. As he stated in 1919, I knew perhaps better than most of our officers how efficient it was the gunnery and torpedo work of the High Seas Fleet, and how rapid had been its advance in the year or two before the war. A great increase had been made in the allowance of ammunition for practice. Before the war, this was much higher than our own, and there was no doubt in my mind that the German allowance would be well expended. Indeed, we had obtained information which placed this beyond question. These challenges of interpretation should not detract from the fact that the successful acquisition and exfiltration of these German documents was a major intelligence coup. It is one of the less well-known British intelligence achievements of the 20th century, but one of the most important. I thought I'd just give you a tantalising one for that one. So that comes from pages 94 to 95. It's tantalising, but it's good. It's a very good book. So much in there. So much in there. So you've seen Peter Zeen's work as well? Yes. I tend to keep up with pretty much every academic who does YouTube work, etc. and all these things. Mainly from the point of view of, even if I It's going to sound strange, right? So, my view is always has been this. I will listen to anyone. It might not change. It won't. It's unlikely to change in my view, because my view is usually based on information I've been able to gather and I've been able to check, and I'm therefore fairly confident on. But I will listen to it, and I will listen to a persuasive argument. But also, more importantly, I tend to, as well as looking at Drac and looking at what videos he does, I look at academics who've been successful on YouTube, etc., and successful in getting their research and their sort of knowledge out there, and see how they go about it. Because, as I've been talking about quite a bit recently, more and more I am perceiving the reality of what I'm dealing with suggesting to me that I might want to pursue a more public history focused career, because that seems to be working. Because the job applications... I love teaching university. I do. But there's a lot of internal politics. There's a lot of hoops. And I don't mind, I'll deal with them. But combine that with contract work pay getting interesting and things keep being forgotten and causing problems, and combine that furthermore with... Oh, Colin Cameron, you appear to have lost a vote. Not sure how that's happened, but Colin Cameron seems to have lost a vote. It's gone from 11 down to 10. Ooh, Glynn Stewart, you're now catching up with Colin Cameron's. The Iran drive is only one behind Vincent Mayer. But getting back to what I was talking about. It's a case of universities. I want to lecture there, but I keep applying for posts, which I think I'm broadly speaking capable of doing. They're broadly speaking within my research portfolio. I don't get the post, and then I get invited back to be a contract lecturer. And I don't mind. I take the money. I am mercenary enough. I will go and teach for the money. I'm not going to start, drawing distinctions. But it is also a bit sort of, you didn't hire me to do this post. You've hired someone else to do this post. But they can't apparently do the teaching you've hired them for, so you've had to call me back, who the person who you didn't hire, to do the teaching. And once, they even wanted me to come back and not only do teaching, but teach the person they'd hired instead of me to do the teaching, because they had no knowledge at all to do the teaching, at all, that they were supposed to be required to. Which was, it was a lecturing post, not a research post as well. So it was, I was sitting there going, that's just wrong. Found a source of Iron Brew 1901 in Canada. $22 Canadian a bottle. Case of 6. I'd get it. You know me. I get it, Glynn, because I think it's worth it. Hi, Darren. Sorry for being late to the party. Work definitely a 4-letter word. Someone is listening to my suggestion of engineering a draw between all the options. Oh, I think I'm far too lowly for Joe Rogan. I'd love it, because I think it's going to sound strange. One of the things I enjoy about Joe Rogan is he literally has anyone on there. And this is the thing. Again, agree with him or disagree with him, like him or not, and I am of the kind of view of, I agree with some things, I disagree with others, as said, my own opinions. But I enjoy watching it because of the variety of stuff which comes on there. So there's often a case of Joe Rogan and all these other things flop up on my screen while I'm writing in the corner. Because I'll have YouTube or I'll have YouTube music running. And the reason I have those things running is, again, I'm trying to pick up tips of people who are successful and see what they're doing. It's only $132 for a case, as a Canadian, for a case of 6 1901 iron brew bottles is worth it. Yes. You don't want to know how much I pay for these bottles in the UK sometimes. There's 750 mils in each level, so you're basically, you are buying 4.5 litres worth of iron brew. Sadly, I don't think so. I'm very sad. No, it wasn't nepotism. It was just a weird department. Thank you, Southern. Thank you, Wayne. Take care. Nice. So I think the Battle Atlantic would be over in far less time. The Iron can mass-produce ASW and anti-air drone convoy escorts, and the USA would so want in on the British mass production tech. Yeah, but I think honestly, if the British can mass-produce them, so many, it is one of those things. If you go through the early war scenario, as I've talked before, the limitation you have is number of escorts. In fact, you need multiple escorts to engage a submarine target. Sorry. Dinner again. I've got to stop. I'm going to have to take over cooking every day, aren't I? What was I saying before that? Before I was rudely interrupted, what was I saying? I was talking about the anti-submarine warfare. Yes. So the limit was you needed roughly 2 or 3 escorts to engage a submarine. So you sort of end up developing various systems to try and make it work, because you were doing depth charges and an Aztec run. Well, if you have, instead of having a dozen, you have 3 dozen, 4 dozen escorts, suddenly that doesn't matter. So in this case of, oh yeah, well, we do have 3 to engage per submarine, because the odds of the Germans managing to turn up at any point in the war, if you've been able to mass produce from the beginning enough to put 4 dozen drone escorts around each convoy, along with some crewed escorts, presumably to run them. And you've got 4 dozen, so you've got 48. If they're divided into 3 ship teams, they're able to take 16 submarines at a time. Well, that's going to lose a lot of German submarines very quickly. Hang on. That's going to be 0216, isn't it? That's going to be 31. No, that's going to be 46. And that's going to be 0301. That's going to be 0316. And that's going to be... Bomb. So because we're all on a rota, as I've said before, I still live with my family. I was back here for COVID, basically before COVID, to save money to buy a place. And I haven't moved back out yet because I've been sorting things out and dealing with the variations of life. And honestly, my mum and sister are still not at 100%. And COVID's still wandering around, and I'm worried if there's a bit of a relapse, they're going to be in trouble again because there's such high risk asthma. So yeah, when we all been here, Mum started organise things. Everyone, let's start a cooking rota where we all share the cooking, and I got Monday, Wednesday, Friday is my nights to cook. Yay! I'm happy to do that. My mum got Tuesday. My mum got Tuesday and Tuesday and Saturday, and my sister got Thursday and Sunday. The theory being, Sunday's usually a roast, and it's very difficult to muck up a roast. But my sister keeps having ideas. We'll leave that to one side. Mally said, actually, yes, I do want to know what you pay. Those bottles cost £7.50 a bottle. Sometimes. They have done. Sometimes they've been cheaper. They have been down to £3, etc. a bottle. But sometimes they cost up to £7.50 a bottle when they first came out. And I got myself one as a treat, as a treat. Since then, been mildly addicted. That's right. I guess with the fuel problem, there's done so much season U-boats. Because if I'm not mistaken, with the scenarios I've been asking, fuel be an issue. Not really. If we consider where is Britain getting most of its fuel, during the Battle Atlantic, etc., where does most British fuel come from? It comes from Canada. So for escorts, you'd be filling them up across the other way. Plus, the other big problem with fuel was losing tankers along the way across the Atlantic. Well, if the tankers aren't getting sunk by submarines across the Atlantic and coming back across from Canada, etc., you're not going to have the fuel problems. You've got huge storage of fuel capacity in the UK. Masses of fuel stores. One of the things that the Navy is pretty much never short of fuel in World War II. Because of the huge fuel stores, which have been built around Britain, built around the Empire, all over places while the infrastructure. It built in place from the 1910s onwards. Huge fuel and stockpiles have been built up. Then you got the fuel coming from Canada. If you no longer have tankers and ships being lost in convoys, bringing fuel across, then you are never going to have any fuel issues. Fuel production, matching demand, that could be an issue. But there again, that's a good problem to have. Would you play 12 to 13 quid for them, though? If I can drink the regular, I can drink the regular iron brew. So, probably not. But if I couldn't drink anything else but this iron brew, I probably would. So anyway, in the post-Dreadnought era, Were there Marines on battleships to keep up discipline? If yes, how many? If not, how many? How did they keep it up? Yes, Marines were still on battleships. They manned a turret as a rule, and they'd be part of the. Basically, Marines were always part of a sort of landing party, shipboarding party, and they're still aboard today as shipboarder for ship-to-ship boarding, etc. duties, and occasionally insertion to land. But honestly, there are other personnel aboard who will keep order, namely the NCOs, and there are usually a fair number of various NCOs with the ranks that will allow them to keep order. Ooh. No, so it's difficult to mess up a roast if you've got the best skills now. If not, to quote Jerry Anson, anything could happen in the next half hour. Honestly, if it's one bottle for the $21, I might consider it. It's the 6 for $120, doesn't be much. I can see that. It's the $120. It's the thing is, you can justify a one-off bottle as a treat. Buying 6 bottles, that's more than a one-off treat, and that's also a lot of money. I can see your point. Now, let me just... settings. Make sure I have number 2 up. Well, if you're going to be annoying like that, I will just add a new source. Image file. That one will do. That'll be the next book, and I'm going to make that disappear a second. So now, if Britain had a solid NCO core like today in the Napoleonic Wars, how would that change the Napoleonic Wars? Britain did have a fairly solid NCO core in the Napoleonic Wars. That's one of the things that's often forgotten. Britain has a fairly solid NCO core in both its navy and its army in the Napoleonic Wars. You can see that when you start to look at some of the names that turn up again and again in regiments and get promoted up and fulfill certain roles. And the fact is, you might not have what you consider to be a permanent standing army. You still have senior sergeants, you still have masters at arms, and the masters at arms is a critical person, as said, for controlling discipline aboard a ship. You do have posts for various senior NCOs, and they are part of that. They're not the NCO Corps as we see them today. They're more of an they are certainly more of an experience sort of based process, but you'd have chiefs and senior leading seamen, etc. All those things, they were still around in the Napoleonic era, and they'd be promoted up. Killick isn't a very very old title, and of course you had boatswains, you had the master's mates, all those things. You have lots of different they're different than today, but they were still there, and there was still an NCO Corps. It's not the same. And actually, that's one of the advantages Britain has in the Napoleonic Wars, again, because for the French, if you think about it, with the Revolution, and what happens is, yes, They do gain access to a lot of very good officers who they promote on merit, or rather ability. Always good. But they also lose a lot of the officers who used to fill up the numbers, because they're aristocrats, so they get rid of them, and they need to fill. They still need the officers to be officer posts to be taken. So they promote a lot of NCOs, which doesn't always work. Sometimes an NCO, this is going to sound strange, it takes a slightly different personality to be an officer or be an NCO. There is nothing wrong in either way. Okay, please don't get. I'm not saying one is better than the other. They're not. But if you think about the personality required to be a sergeant major versus the requirement to be a colonel, they're equivalent levels in terms of their professionalism. You wouldn't want to have an argument with either of them. But to be a colonel is different than being a sergeant major. It requires different things of you. They are no less professional, though. And it's the same with the senior chief on a warship versus their captain. There's a difference in them. But you wouldn't want to have an argument with either of them. They will both be thoroughly professional and really know their career. There's a difference, but it's not a massive one in terms of there is a slightly different orientation on the personality. So, it's around. Canadian viewers, Glynn Stewart is offering he needs to give his liquor cabinet to someone at some point this year. Whilst I'm a non-drinker, I will happily facilitate this by saying, please look him up. Alright, sorry. I understand Hitler and Luftwaffe had unhealthy preoccupation with bombing London during the war. Why not bombing fuel storage, and how would that have altered the war? Because fuel storage tended to be harder to hit than London. Because the Royal Navy had this habit of putting fuel storage in the side of mountains. In fact, if you go to some of the places where the Royal Navy had fuel storage, you'll honestly look at them and go, oh, you lovely, lovely creatures. Fuel really did it was more important to you than life. Because there is the fuel stores in a massive bunker on the ground. And then, where are the accommodations for officers and men? Ah, they're in these lovely surface barracks. Yep, little slit trenches outside. If they've got that level of technology in 96831 in 1939, other people haven't. They've just won the war. I have never seen Stafford respond more quickly to Glynn's messages. Oh. Nighthawk Productions. Follow on from some other questions. If Vanguard survives in reserve and takes part in the Falklands War, would she be useful to the RNUK in the period of 1982-92? Yeah. We could have afforded that. Yes, it could have been useful. How long it would have stayed on service versus conversion to a museum ship, I'm not sure after the Falklands War. But I wouldn't be surprised if it would survive. If it's still in service, it would probably stay in service in 1991, 1992, and then it would be made into a museum ship. So it would probably be preserved somewhere. So they need to have to think about where is a big enough place to preserve it. And that would be an interesting question, where it would get preserved. We can all think about the fight over where it would get preserved. Suggestions for where HMS Vanguard would be currently be as a museum ship, please put in the chat or put in his comments below. Right then, it's 0220, so by my account I'm supposed to be talking about Cast Adrift. which I did flash up a bit earlier ago. Now, Cast Adrift is an interesting one, because as books go, this starts from a slightly different perspective. This starts from a perspective that the human race has been taken over and have been part of a larger ruled federation for many, many years, and now that group is collapsing, that Eldar race is collapsing, drawing in on itself after a massive war, and so the humans are set amongst themselves and having to deal with the world as it is. And I'm going to start off by reading to you chapter 40. That's the end of the book. Fushi Smith, you have to remember that I'm the only boy in 40 cousins. There are some things my life is not worth saying. Thank you for the super chat. I won't say anyone is pleased, Admiral, Abraham Douglas said. His expression was readable, but it has been agreed that you did the right thing in accepting the Pashdale offer. The star system ceded to us sweetened the deal. I'm glad to hear that, Adam said sardonically. However, I must caution you that keeping the systems may not be easy. So I've been briefed, Douglas said. They might not have quite given us a poison chalice, but those systems won't be easy to defend. No, Adam nodded at the holographic star chart. There are too many crossroads within that sector, including a number that have never been properly charted or surveyed for us to be sure of keeping them. A couple of systems might become bottlenecks, but they'd be bottlenecks with nothing to protect. Not unless we really push to absorb our new possessions. He leaned forward. Have you heard anything more from the Pashdale? Just the formal transfer of ownership, Douglas said. They've disclaimed all responsibility for the war itself, of course, while somehow managing to keep their clients under control. Somehow, Adam said. I think we're going to be fighting them in the very near future. I quite agree, Abraham said. Given their willingness to apply both the carrot and the stick, and their general technological level, they pose a significantly greater threat than their clients ever did. The whole war might have been a dry run to test their clients before the masters showed their hands. It's possible, Adam agreed. He'd read the reports, although he thought some of them came too close to outright conspiracy theories for his peace of mind. In his experience, fantastically detailed plans that depended on everything going right were asking for trouble. Fushi, language. In his experience, I think we'll just have to keep preparing and working towards forging agreements with the other races, which you've helped do, Abraham said. But we'll discuss those when you return to Earth. Yes, sir, Adam said. I'll be ready to leave in a couple of days, once I tie up the loose ends here. No rush, Abraham said, but it will be good to have you back. I look forward to it, Adam said. He was the victor, even if the media weren't sure if he was a hero or a villain, or the coward who surrendered humanity's gains. He could make sure his experience didn't go to waste, even if he never commanded another fleet. Commodore Tarn will take command here, with enough ships to ensure we can hold the system and harass anyone strong enough to take it from us. The Pashdale little interest in rocking the boat right now, Abraham said. But yes, there are other powers. And some of them have settlers along the border, Adam said. But I don't think that'll be a problem for a while. He raised a hand in salute. I'll see you later, Mr. Speaker. And you, Admiral, Abraham said. Be seeing you. Adam watched the image disappear, then allowed himself a sigh of relief. It could have been worse. It could have been a lot worse. The war had been immensely costly, not just in ships and lives. If the Empire loyalists had managed to reassert themselves, there might not be an Empire worth mentioning any longer, but someone would have to serve as the opposition, if only to keep the government from becoming complacent. He considered briefly trying to run for office himself, then dismissed the thought. He was too used to military life to give up now, and besides he'd make a terrible politician. Every time I open my mouth, the truth comes out, he thought wryly. I never get off the ground. The intercom beeped. Admiral, Captain Anderson has arrived, Emily said. Should I have him shown in? Please, Adam said. And bring coffee. He stood and walked around the desk as Captain Anderson was shown into the compartment. Captain, he said, extending a hand, it's good to see you again. And you, Anderson said, although my wife has different ideas on the issue. I quite understand, Admiral said. Captain Anderson has signed up to be a roving intelligence gatherer, not an outright spy. The difference was largely meaningless to him, although he'd been assured it meant a great deal to the EAS. I'd like to promise we won't ask you to do that again, but I can't. I know, Captain Anderson said. He took the preferred seat and accepted a cup of coffee from Emily. I take it you haven't called me here to discuss shore leave. I'm afraid not. So the main body of the fleet will be returning to Earth, leaving a squadron here and another at Delane. It may be some time before we can establish regular patrols throughout the sector. I'd like you to collect intelligence in preparation for that day. And to keep an eye on the Pashdali, Anderson guessed. Just in case they have plans of their own. There's no doubt they do have plans of their own, Adam said. And yes, we do want to keep an eye on them. They're preparing for something, Captain, and we don't know what. They've wanted to replace the Alphans for a long time, Anderson said. I'd expect them to be planning to wage war. The Alphans had the luxury of establishing themselves before they ran into a peer power. The Pashdali will have a harder fight, if that's what they intend to do. He shrugged. Will you undertake the mission? Unless my wife kills me first, Anderson said. One thing, my son is adamant he wants to join the Navy. Can you arrange for him to enter the academy? If he meets the basic requirements, yes, Adam said. He had no doubt Captain Anderson's son would. He already had spacer experience, which was more than most prospective cadets had. Let my spouse know the details. We'll take him back with us. Thank you, sir. It's always nice when the fleet commander of the Navy says your son's going to get into the academy. It basically means it's probably going to happen, unless someone would like to have a really, really bad conversation with no biscuits and probably no tea. Watch yourself out there, Adams said. It's lawless before the war. It's bound to be worse now. Yes, sir, Anderson said. I'll make sure to cover my back. It's a good book and it's interesting to read, but it's also something to remember that this is dealing with a very different scenario than that which we think about often today, and which we would often think through today. Because we often, when we're approaching space scenarios, or we're approaching a clean slate scenario. But it's worthwhile thinking about what happens when the major powers change. Just echo is 75 seconds, reverb is 112 seconds. Huh? Yeah, Fushi, you are running into potential trouble. Melanie is not looking happy with you. I would defend the female gender as well, but the trouble was, yesterday I went for a walk with quite a lot of the feminine in my family, or the ladies in my family, and it was wet, and I don't think any of them stopped complaining the entire time. They were enjoying themselves, but they were still complaining. This is the thing. They can, in my experience, they can. I don't understand this, but they do. They can still be having a nice time and complain. And the thing is, they want to be able to complain, and they don't expect me to fix it. So I've just learnt to live with it, and I don't. It's part of the experience, and it's just nice to be on a walk and spend time with the family. Our longest echo and reverb is in an old RN fuel storage in Scotland. Ah, yeah. Vanguard replaces Belfast near Tower Bridge. That would block the Thames. But you have to remember quite how much bigger Vanguard is than Belfast. Vanguard is a lot bigger. Besides, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if the Clyde tries to claim her. Wouldn't be surprised. Then there's Liverpool. They like her. Sci-fi is hard to write. It seems wrong to do it without technical babble, but spaces are big and realism causes issues. True. So, okay, Alex digs 6 feet and looks in the hole. No. As said, I love him dearly. I've learned I'm the only boy in 40 cousins. I've learnt dealing with the joys that they are lovely, they are wonderful. Sometimes they complain. And there's nothing I can do to fix it, so I don't. The things I can fix, I help with. The things I can't fix, I listen to and just go, that sounds terrible. Or variations thereof. Although, saying that, there might be a reason I'm not in I haven't exactly done more effort than download Tinder in a hunt for to some event to look like I'm actually trying to date again since my own last relationship stopped. I don't think I've opened it in months. Ship versus ship. Starship Enterprise versus Star Destroyer. Fight. Who wins? Photon torpedoes. Star Destroyer has a lot of good weapons and will certainly have a lot more firepower. But you have the distinct option, the fact that warp allows you to do things which hyperlanes do not, in terms of where you come out from in a system. So you can therefore avoid any of the ambush points. Combine that with photon torpedoes. Yes, they have jamming systems, but will their jamming systems work on photon torpedoes? Don't know, but if photon torpedoes and the transporter systems work, you've got a big problem for any sort of Star Destroyer. I think both me and Drac have outfitted a World War II Ebonian Navy at some point. Southampton, just stop. When you stutter about women, just stop while you're ahead. Yeah. That difference is, don't believe what World of Warships tells you. British cavalry ships can't fit next to Parliament. Honestly, there isn't that space in the amount of space in the water up that high up the river. You're in charge of building the new Czech navy after they've taken Kaliningrad. Now, why have the Czechs taken Kaliningrad? And how did they get through Poland? Because they're not supposed to get to Kaliningrad. That's up there. That's interesting. Look at this. I have payroll and a mortgage. I will send people to my books. I have neither of those, and I will still send people to my books and my videos. Because, yeah. Papa likes tweet. To put in language which my fluffy research assistant would say. No, complaints are not. That is one of the things I've learned. When do you think you'll be going to HMS Belfast? Oh. Let's see, my next visit due to Belfast is sometime in February. I was planning on wandering up there to have a wander round. So after going up there, I'll put down to Portsmouth. It depends on whether I have a car. If I have working car, I might take myself down to Portsmouth for a day. It's going to sound strange, but I need a research day where I'm just wandering around ships. I'm doing research days in archives. I'm doing research days of sitting here reading. I'm just basically sitting in this office and just reading through books, making notes while writing books, and prepping stuff. And I need to do a research day where I wander around something big and grey. So that means either I wander down to Portsmouth or I wander up to London. London I can do by train. Portsmouth I prefer to do by car, because I always have to bring stuff back from the joyous place that is... what's it called? Oh, the Keys. Now, the place where I park, anyway. There's always various stores I'm supposed to go down. I think I've got shoe orders already. Destruction as plot demands. Photon torpedoes. Yep, that's my usual experience with them. New Activity 4.2. Steam-powered spaceships. Can it be done? I would say not, but there are some very interesting steampunk sci-fi books which suggest it can be. Mm-hmm. That's it. So what did the IJN and Ranger Marine do in the scenarios I've been talking about? If Germany falls out of the war that quickly, the Ranger Marina won't probably survive that much longer either. If it's going to sound strange. Again, if you've taken out the submarines that quickly, and then if you're talking about the Battle of the Mediterranean, well, again, if you can copy-paste and put as many escorts and renowns as you want in there, you can probably sink the Italian fleet as well, and escort any convoys through you want. So the Japanese are probably just going to go, well, how do you fight that? That's the problem. Once you've got to a scenario where you can basically copy paste, produce as many ships as you want, it's no one's going to fight you. There's no chance. No, they in the nicest way. Yesterday they were playing it. They enjoyed the walk. They all had fun, and then we went out to lunch. And they had fun there. And then I came back and did some recording. And the reason I was being kept out the house, etc., was because, well, I was keeping I took out the trainee assistant, fluffy research assistant, said I was going for a walk and got joined by others. Because, as you'll see in the video, which will come out tomorrow, the fluffy research assistant was not that well yesterday, and today's his birthday. So it is Raleigh's birthday today. And he's very happy today because he's no longer got his cone on. Because he had to have something, he managed to hurt his eye earlier in the week. And he had a bleeding, he basically caught his eye on some sort of bush or something, and it was bleeding all along here. So he ended up having to wear the cone so he wouldn't lick off or get rid of the cream which had to be put on. And he doesn't like wearing a cone. Okay, who's winning on the votes? At the moment, on the votes, we have winners. In the lead is Singtown Student, which is on 13 votes. In second place is Singtown. Well, that's Singtown is at least a war in 1939 between Britain and Japan. Second place, 10 votes. Colin Cameron's Adrift Vanguard sinks Aero Vincent de Mayo in 1982. How does it affect US and the Soviet naval development, if at all? In third place, in 9 votes, is Glynn Stewart's Orion Drive. It's actually developed in the 70s. What does the 1975 10,000-ton space battleship look like for the US and Russia? Number 8, Martin Peacock, the Queen Elizabeth class. A brave first step, a faltering giant leap, or something else, possibly a successful failure. Then we have, going down below that, we have nothing till we get to 5 votes, which is Renan. Stalin gets most or all of his Dream Fleet. What would the likely NATO Western Allied building program look like in response? And Wayne Warrior, Agincourt, as proposed by Alex, is built. How do other navies react? Both of those are on 5, as is Jack Ray's History of Stanflex and why the US doesn't use it. That's also on 5. And Paul Thompson's The Attack on Copenhagen 81, following operations in Danish waters until the fall of Napoleon. All on 5 votes. Then we have others on 4, 3, and 2. And currently on 2 votes. And hang on, no. Carl van Gersberg, you are now on 3 votes. The Diesel Kriegsmarine is now on 3 votes. Can we see the birthday fluff? Possibly. Possibly he's a bit tired after his party today. Let's see. I sent a message to the person with the birthday fluff. See if he wants to come say hi. Gunmorph keys. Yes! That was it. That's right. I've been told that even if the British Empire turned Commonwealth, they are still going to return Hong Kong to China. Why would they? But well, the British hoping Nationalist China won. The British would hope Nationalist China won and probably try and help them to win, but more importantly, that's what the treaty says, and that's what Britain would probably stick to. Just one. There's a downside to copy-pasting stuff. You don't learn to develop your own ideas, theories, and copies. So it's a dead end long run, so just hold the line till then. Basically, what you're doing if you're copy-pasting, in the nicest way, the British are able to copy-paste and build as many as like. So they develop what they're doing, and then they can build as many of the things as they like almost instantly. It's like, sort of, you could say, right, we need 200 flowers, and 10 days later, you have 200 flowers. You can then go and develop castle class and everything else you want, but you've got 200 flowers in service. So no, what would you buy if they could build? If you could build had to build the Czech navy, they get crown grade from the referendum. Czech navy. I'd probably want some SSKs, probably try and get them off the Swedes or Swedes. I probably would want some Visby style inshore boats, some Type 31 style offshore boats to go around the world and be my presence asset, and so probably some fleet auxiliaries to give me a bit of range and a bit of support for allies. Cool, there's a model show at the Tank Museum on 11th and 12th February. Oh, he got cake. Don't worry, Riley got according to the trainee the assistant fluffy research assistant. Riley got better support. Riley, the fluffy research assistant, got a better day than he did, and I certainly think he probably got better food than I did. Kobe did a new run of HMS Belfast. Everyone needs a model. Visit the Kobe store. Yeah, the trouble is, as much as I would like the HMS Belfast to build and stick behind me, and she does look really, really cool, she's also 130 quid on Amazon. So, no. No, I don't think... As much... I know how many books I want to buy in February, and I know how much they cost. So, no. No, I will not be buying the Kobe Belfast. Oh, that looks good. Ooh. However, I have just found this. Which might interest some people. The Kobe Belfast. The Kobe Belfast is £130. 130 quid in dollars. About $162. That's only 6 bottles of Iron Brew. So, next book. Naval Warfare, 1815 to 1914 by Lawrence Sandhouse. You will not hear of this book that often. Well, you should hear of it more than you do, but you don't hear of it that much. It ends with this dedication. I dedicate this book to my son Paul, whose first weeks of life coincided with the final preparation of the manuscript. From Paddle to Screw. Britain, France, the United States, 1841 to 50. The idea of equipping a ship with a screw propeller dated from antiquity, and the concept reappeared at the onset of this age of steam, only to be overshadowed by 3 decades by the paddle. The American John Stevens in 1804 and the Austrian Joseph Ressel in 1827 were among a half-dozen inventors to build ships with screw propellers, which either failed in their initial trials or failed to attract financial support for their further experimentation. In 1837, Sweden's John Ericsson gave British naval leaders the first demonstration of a screw-powered vessel, using his steam launch, Francis B. Ogden, named after his patron, the US consul in Liverpool, to tow the Admiralty barge. A year earlier, Britain's Francis Perrott Smith had secured a patent to place the screw propeller between the stern post and the rudder. In 1738, he established the Ship Propeller Company, which built the 200-ton demonstration vessel Archimedes. Like most pioneering screw steamers, the Archimedes, with top speed of 7 3/4 knots, was slower than the paddle steamers of the time. The first generation of screw steamers also vibrated more than did the paddle steamers, and tended to leak at the stern. Nevertheless, at least some British naval observers recognised the potential of screw propulsion as an auxiliary to sail. Meanwhile, the technology soon caught on in the civilian realm, where in October 1840, Isambard Brunel decided to complete his iron-hulled Great Britain as a screw steamer rather than a paddle steamer. Before building their first screw warships, the leading navies continued to experiment with wooden as well as iron-hulled paddle steamers. In 1843, the British Navy completed the conversion of the sailing frigate Penelope to a paddle steamer, a radical reconstruction which lengthened the ship by 65 feet. Please note, calling something a radical reconstruction and saying it lengthens the ship by 65 feet, what you've basically done is taken all the timbers of a ship off, added in a whole lot of timbers, and rebuilt them back, and because you're reusing some of the timbers from the previous version of the ship, you're claiming it's the same ship. It's not a reconstruction. You built a new ship. You just reused wood. Hooray, you've invented recycling. You're not built. It's not the same ship. The model Discord is around. There is a model Discord. On Discord, you will find model channels. There are pictures in there. I go and look at them. Isambard Kingdom Brunel, IKB, as hence new IKB before 2 is really happy. The Dutch Navy had begun a similar project 17 years earlier, but abandoned it as impractical. In other words, it's unfortunately our yards are too close to our politicians, we can't get away with it. Very good, Melanie. Penelope temporarily dispelled such doubts and spawned similar projects in other navies. The US Navy developed plans to convert sailing frigates to paddle steamers, including one in 1845 for the Venerable Constitution, then almost half a century old. But the experiment was never repeated. All those who are thankful that Constitution was not turned into a paddle steamer say A. All those who think that she looked better as a paddle steamer, type B into the chat. A or B, depending on whether you liked the idea of USS Constitution having been converted to a paddle steamer. Rapper Isbeck, at what point do you cross the line between reconstruction and new ship? When you're building off entirely different plans. Oh. Seneca Nero, everyone that say Seneca will not be banning anyone who says B. He won't be. Probably they'd try that, Nice everyone. They would probably try that. I'm still letting the vote come in, whether it's A or B. Anyway. The desire to build greater numbers of large armoured steamers was especially strong in France, where the influential son of King Louis Philippe, Francis Ferdinand d'Orléans, Prince de Joinville, became their leading proponent. In 1844, Joinville published De l'État des forces navales de la France, in which he argued that steamships were the capital ships of the future, and that true gauge of naval strength in the present. He pointed out that as of 1844, the British Navy had just 3 ships of the line in the Mediterranean, but 11 steamers, including 9 of a Grande Dimension, which were the key to its regional power. Joinville called for a battle fleet in European waters consisting of steamers, supplemented by a fleet of sailing frigates to defend French interests worldwide. If the armed steamer indeed became the new capital ship, Britain's 2-to-1 advantage over France in ships of the line, 88 to 46 as of 1845, would become irrelevant, giving the French Navy an opportunity to catch up with its traditional rival. Joinville explained away the fact that the British already had a 3-to-1 advantage over the French naval steamships, 125 to 43, by pointing out that only 76 of the British steamers were armed, and that the France had another 18 under construction. With a proper redirection of resources and development of appropriate strategies, once new steamships were constructed, he believed the French would reign as masters in the Mediterranean. Against critics of the expense of maintaining steamers, Joinville argued that 4 paddle steamers could operate for a year for the same price as a 74-gun ship of the line. But Britain's experience of its own larger steamers showed otherwise. The largest paddle steamer of the British Navy, the 3,190-ton Terrible of 1845, cost £94,650 to build, 10 times more than the Comet of 1822, and was expensive to operate. Its first-generation twin-cylinder Siamese engines, developed in 1839 by Maudslay, were made it capable of almost 11 knots, but at a tremendous cost in coal. Furthermore, even though its dimensions were greater than those of a 74-gun ship of the line, it had the same problem as all paddle steamers. Its paddle boxes took up much of the broadside and limited the number of guns mounted in Terrible's case to 19. Thus, as long as steamers had paddles, the British Navy refused to consider the type of potential capital ship. Instead, in 1846, its leaders decided to compensate for the lack of maneuverability of sailing ships of the line by pairing each with a paddle steamer, which could serve, when needed, as a towboat or tug for its partner. In 1847, the 13 British ships of the line stationed in the European waters each had a paddle escort. Only the Collingwood, Britain's flagship in the Pacific, did not. By 1845, Joinville concluded that the screw propeller would be key to the realization of his dream of a steam battle fleet. The new technology would be installed in ships not differing dramatically in design from conventional sailing frigates and ships of the line. The elimination of side paddles made it possible to install the traditional broadside guns, and screw, unlike cumbersome paddles, would not seriously hamper a ship's ability to move under sail. Ironically, however, France lagged behind not only Britain, but even the United States in introducing the new technology. Terrible, terrible. Being a French naval advocate is terrible. The British Navy's first screw-propelled warship, the 1,110-ton sloop Rattler, was launched in April 1843 and topped 9 knots on its trials that autumn. The Rattler's success opened the way for more screw steamers, but through the mid-1840s the British Navy continued to build sailing ships of the line and sailing frigates, and latest 1846 laid down a paddled frigate. Finally, in the spring of 1848, after new schooner Renard sailed in its trials as well as a sailing ship of the same type, the Admiralty accepted the screw as a supplemental source of propulsion for warships that would sail whenever possible. Meanwhile, after his lukewarm reception by the British Admiralty in the summer 1837, John Ericsson went to the United States, where he gained the support of Captain Robert E. Stockton in his campaign to sell the idea of screw propulsion to the US Navy. The 1,050-ton screw sloop Princeton was laid down in 1841, launched in September 1843, 5 months after the British Rattler. It's the first steamship equipped with telescopic funnel, eventually a standard feature on all screw steamers. Unfortunately, in 1844, the explosion of Stockton's experimental 12-inch wrought-iron Peacemaker gun aboard the Princeton, an accident which killed 2 members of the cabinet, generated enough negative publicity to overshadow the ship's success as a screw steamer. It's amazing. When you kill politicians, they don't like it. They really don't like it. It's a very, very good book. It's also not exactly cheap. B was the paddle steamer, A was leave it alone. Well, basically, there was a plan at one point to convert the Constitution into a paddle steamer. A said you didn't want it, B said you did. Sovereign of the Seas went through enough. It didn't deserve to go through any more stress. Okay, let's see if there are more foghorn responses. Seriously, that woman has a lot to learn how to not cook sprouts into everything. Oh, good lord. Chalk. I don't know. Perhaps some sort of constant antacid. By gum. Oi. Oi, 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 vey. Oi, vey. Ah. To all English on Dangerous Victory must share the same fate. Yeah, I don't think the idea of turning the Constitution into a paddle steamer would go down well. Yeah. And look, the short answer to the question is yes. Oh. Good lord. Let's see. How's the vote going? Oh, Glynn, Stewart, Colin Cameron, you're both legal pegging on 10 for Orion Drive in the set with the 10,000-ton space battleship versus HMS Vanguard since Vincento de Mea in 1982. Both are on 10 votes. And Tsingtao Instant Leads to War is on 14. Martin Peacock, you're still firmly close behind with 9. And your Queen Elizabeth class. And let's see. Ooh, History of Stanflex has got up to 6 votes, so that's in the next furthest behind position. Yep. 99 votes cast. Now, here is the thing. I have 105 patrons. I'm quite proud of that number. Mainly because it rhymes with one of my favourite pieces of artillery. The light gun is a good friend of mine, and I have had the joy of firing it on a couple of times on occasion, which was a lot of fun. Now, leaving that to one side, the 105 patrons, you are allowed multiple votes. You can vote because it's the top 2 which win. I allow people to vote for as many as they like, so they can vote for. I usually say try and limit yourself to voting for your top 4 or 5. But theoretically, there can be up to 500, therefore, in that scenario, 500 plus votes cast. So 99 have been cast yet, but the entire vote could change. Please do. There was no plan to convert the USS Constitution to screw propulsion, as far as I know. Odd question. Can Belfast still turn the turrets although it's in place? I think they can still be turned. They do keep them oiled and good in good check, but they really don't want anyone to turn them, so they are kind of clamped down. Tsingtao. If you want to read more about Tsingtao, and if you go to Global Maritime History, you will find an article written about Tsingtao by me. Yeah. So. There you go. There's a link to the article in the chat. And I'll put a link below the video in description. Hey. Oh, good lord. It's still coming. I don't know how she does it. It was a roast. It was a roast. I love her dearly, but no. Right. Mega Scroll, aside from if a museum or ship were to be made to fire a full broadside all main guns, what ship would you pick? Victory. I'd love to hear her do a full broadside. I'd also love to see what would happen to the buildings around her if she did. You would have to be very, very careful. No, in fact, no. There is no way you could fire. No, if you fired one way, you would wipe out the Mary Rose. If you fired the other way, you would wipe out a museum. But I'd still love to hear it. Fun. Interesting. So, Glynn, please don't take this wrong way, but your systems on Amazon are too interactive. When I try and get your images, it keeps going up with going, here's other options for it. There's... They would have to go through something before they reach the QE class. Or you'd have to reorientate HMS Victory. What, are they afraid of some drunk teenagers going to... No, they're afraid of people like me and Drac pointing the guns at the House of Commons or something like that. Because honestly, we could. Let's be honest. If you left me and Drac alone for too long in certain sections of HMS Belfast, we could very nearly get things going. The fact that they've left the things so that they can't be got going is the only thing that would prevent us. And even that might not prevent us if we brought enough duct tape and WD-40. And that's the next one. I'm hoping Glynn Stewart is still around, because I'm going to be looking through his book. Take your sister along for engineering advice. My sister is an exceptionally good civil engineer. The stories I could tell her would not let you know. It wouldn't tell you about her mechanical engineering. Would not make you let her anywhere near anyone's car, let alone HMS Belfast. But get you doing. Do HMS Victory and HMS Warrior have any of their original guns that can shoot live rounds, or just blank shooting on display only ones? Let's put it this way. Many of them I can pick up, so I'm fairly certain they're fiberglass. Dynasty, what is the biggest threat to our power? Answer, naval historians. Today's Glynn Stewart book plug. Well, you know, there is one of his books. This is one of the interesting scenarios, because I have read the novella, but I have not been interested at all to read the actual series. I don't know what it is. I haven't picked up, and I haven't ever read the series, so you can put that on me. I probably should do. They look quite an interesting series, but I've just never got around to actually reading the series series after this. But I've read the novella that is set before it, and the novella really intrigued me. And I can only say that I have no idea why I haven't read the series. I just haven't. But yeah, I've read this book and it's good. It's good. I should probably read the rest of them. Do I sense it in the nicest way coming? No. You sense I have honestly no idea. Other than possibly because I enjoyed this one novella so much, I haven't started on the rest of the series because I enjoyed the novella as a self-contained book, and so I haven't gone and started on the series because I'm worried if is it going to live up to the novella. Because that does occasionally stop me for a while. But technically, the book out of the series has been published for a while. Published since 2018. So was the US going isolationist? So, for starters, Trump was not isolationist. Believe it or not, there are many things America First was as a cover. It wasn't isolationist. That is often what it's portrayed as. Interestingly enough, the Americans haven't really had an isolationist president in a while. I would say the closest you've had to it was probably Bill Clinton in a while. George W. before September September 11th was also fairly isolationist. Hey, Glynn, again, there are sometimes standalone does work best, but also in the nicest way, we still need a second series book in the recent series, in the Icebreaker series. Nicest way, there has got to be more books in the Icebreaker series. There, as I said, this one, it works really well as a one-off, as a read on its own. It's a really good book to read, and I've got it up here next to me because I had to quickly crib this off the system. So I have no idea what it costs because I already own it. So it's saying it's free. It's basically, it's read now. But, yeah, it's good to read. But, yeah. We're expecting more icebreakers. Sorry. Just getting a note about the birthday fluff. It could be on his way. Sorry. The same person who has managed to make me through her cooking is going, and I'm going, you owe me. You owe me. Bring out the birthday boy. I don't know. There we go. This is from Chapter 7. And there are some chapters which are very, very good. They have us dialed in, Harris reported. Evasive maneuvers and ECM are only doing so much. I figure I can generate a 30% miss rate. But 70% of 100 and 50% is still more guns than we've got left. Let them keep their eyes on us, Isaac ordered. We've got a lovely surprise plan for them now. In his plan worked, Scorpion was going to get pieces of her hull ripped off and handed to her. There was no way he was making it through this with his ship intact. What he might be able to do was make it through this with his ship intact enough that most of his crew made it home. And his enemy didn't. 90 seconds to pulse gun range, Raymond reported. We'll continue to close from there, reaching a minimum approach of just under 500 kilometers in 205 seconds. One way or another, that wasn't going to happen. Pulse guns grew more powerful as the range dropped, their plasma pulses having less time to weaken after leaving the ship. At 500 kilometers, he'd be better off flying Scorpion directly into a star. Commander Giannovoni? He asked. Program is loaded into Auburn station systems, initiating 5 seconds before weapons range. And our side, ready to go, she confirmed. Isaac nodded, silently waiting as the range dropped down. His prey had turned to the present to present their broadsides, but Scorpion continued a headlong rush. They could bring fully half of their guns to bear on her, and he could only present about 40% of his, but everyone knew he'd rotate before he reached range. 20 seconds. Commander Renard? Yes, sir? Execute. Scorpion's forward acceleration vanished, the ship twisting into a broad spiral that, exactly as he knew his enemy would expect, presented her fully undamaged broadside towards them. What the coalition ships wouldn't have been expecting was that Scorpion was now emptying her water tanks, her waste tanks. Reflective flakes of specialty chaff sprayed out with every drop of liquid the cruiser could spare, as Raymond spun her out to create a 1,000-kilometer wide glittering mirror in space. It wouldn't do much on its own. The coalition ships already had Scorpion locked in, hard radar pulses still reflecting off her hull as she spiraled. And then the hideously overpowered radar pulse from the Auburn station scanners arrived. Passing over the rebel destroyers, it temporarily overloaded their receivers, losing their lock for an infinitesimal fraction of a second. That wouldn't have been enough to cause trouble, not on its own. But then the pulse hit the massive mirror Scorpion had built around herself. For a few seconds, a massive sun of artificial radiation lit up behind the warp cruiser, and she flashed into range of the destroyers. Pulse gun fire lit up the empty space at the edge of the Conestoga system again. The destroyers had completely lost their lock, passive and active sensors alike, completely blinded by the mirror behind Scorpion and the repeating overwhelmingly powerful pulses from the Auburn station. They could adjust, they could adapt, and use Auburn station sensor pulses against Isaac, but Scorpion was already using the station's radar for targeting. Full broadsides tore into Poseidon, almost every pulse from Scorpion's guns hitting. The two rebel ships were firing random patterns, only a handful of bolts striking him. Warning lights flickered on Isaac's status display as the three ships hurtled toward each other. They were hammering the one destroyer, but she was still with them. And then the coalition finished up updating their targeting computers. Their trick had bought them 12 seconds. 12 seconds was enough. Poseidon is coming apart. Switching targets, Harris barked aloud. Only a single combined salvo from both destroyers hit home before the first destroyer came apart, but Scorpion leapt under the impact. Inertial compensators did their job, but waves of rippling force crashed over everyone regardless of Scorpion's warp drive ring shattered. Even mostly discharged, severing the exotic matter ring could be felt through the entire ship, and Isaac forced down a wave of nausea. Hammer them, he snapped, and Harris obeyed. Renard twisted the warp cruiser through an insane series of acrobatics, forcing the entire next salvo from Michael to miss. Harris's guns automatically compensated for her maneuvers, however, and his pulses continued to hammer home on the less maneuverable destroyer. 10 seconds later, it was over. One of Mechal's fusion plants lost containment, gutting the destroyer in a single blast of stellar fire. Scorpion reeled. Her warp ring was broken in 3 places, her armor was leaking atmosphere, and the damage reports on Isaac's command chair told him most of her guns were gone. She was a wreck, but she was a victorious wreck. It was always going to be in the nicest way. You can't really stop a nation going isolationist, but it's very difficult for a nation as wedded into the international system as the Americans are to go isolationist. They're too integrated. Now, that's not saying it's impossible, but I'm saying the isolationism would have to encompass the entire North American free trade area for starters. So, are there any accounts of ship's cats that were too evil, scratching everyone, being checked off board? No, because usually sailors find it funny when someone else gets scratched, even if they themselves have been scratched earlier. Nice agreement. So, Drac mentioned the very thing you were doing on Tuesday. So, when might the Slava vid get a comment response? Mm-hmm. Probably getting through. I'm slowly working through the Christmas videos. Rapper is like, Dr. Clarke, I understand the point of you're gonna... What do you mean the very thing you're doing on Tuesday? What am I doing on Tuesday? I can't remember if I'm doing something on Tuesday. Dr. Clarke, I understand the point of scuttling and sinking a ship to keep it out of hostile hands. Why not just blow the magazines? Because that can very easily take everyone else with them. Minus code. Breaking news. Naval Fvourites make off of Belfast. First Sea Lord says, see what the pair can do with two carriers that seem to spend more time in dock than sailing. The Queen Elizabeth is off going around the world. The Prince of Wales is not doing that bad. And this is what happens when you have two instead of three. I'm sorry, but you need to allow time for maintenance. And this was one of the problems that all of us were saying when they were going, no, 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 these two ships will always have one available. And the rest of us going, no, they won't. Because salt water doesn't let life be like that. You're doing things on Tuesday. I'm doing something on Tuesday. Can you think of a navy that made up for size with a surplus of cunning and guile? The Dutch. Dutch. Regularly the Dutch. Often the Dutch. And the Koreans under specific leaders. I think Drax said in today's dry dock the significant portions of HMS Royal Sovereign's advanced equipment was missing, presumed stolen. What could have been stolen by the USSR and why? Fire control computers, because they didn't have any for their own battleships and they were trying to develop them. Because they'd been expecting to get them from the Germans, so they took them off the British. Good luck, Stafford. Oh, nice one. The thing with the Admirals and Lexingtons, as Drac mentioned, the very thing your Tuesday video in today's vlog. Oh, that was interesting. I'll have to look at that. I'm not sure I've seen that bit, but yeah. Didn't Queen Elizabeth return home? She did return home. She's just about to be going out again. I think she loaded aboard Chinooks today. Alright, Sif had a rule for 2, Dr. Clarke has a rule 3. No. I have... 1 is a white elephant. It's... 2 is... 2 is an availability. When one's available, you have a capability. 3 is a capability. 4 is a guarantee. So there is a reason you have 4 ballistic missile submarines, because you can guarantee one is at sea. You can guarantee one's at sea on patrol all times. That is why you have 4. That is why it's a multiple of 4. With it being 3, you usually have one at sea. So that is an actual capability you have, because you will always have that capability. 2, you will usually have one available. It might not be at sea, it might be in dock, so you might have to mobilize it and get out there, but usually you will have one available. 1, that basically does cruises and then comes back to dry dock. 5, you can usually guarantee to not just have one at sea, you can always guarantee to have another one available. 6, you can guarantee to have 2 at sea. So, if you go through your numbers, that is how it works out. So, If you want to have guaranteed to have a capability, and you need at least one vessel to have that capability, and you want it guaranteed, you have 4. If you want it available to be able to always have one, usually at sea, and always have one available at all times, you have 3. Prince of Wales will be back at sea shortly. He's having the work done now. Ah, it's in part 2. I've only so far managed to listen to part 1. What's the prognosis of getting Prince of Wales back to sea? She'll be back at sea not too long. She'd had a fairly decent upgrade before she went to the Soviet Union, but I don't think she had probably the best equipment the British had available. Probably very good equipment, but I wouldn't be surprised if the British knew exactly what was going to happen and adjusted for that. Where does one get hold of the version of Harpoon that you use for the Shuttle and Plan videos? You have to talk to one of my friends from King's, from my days at King's. Very, very good at computer programming, as well as good at being naval, doing war studies. They were retired. Actually, when I say retired, they seem to spend a lot of time hanging around them. So, but let's put it this way: retired. Very good relationship with the Australian Navy. So they do a lot of work in that direction. USN has, well, theoretically they're supposed to have more CVNs than they do. The US Navy is supposed to have I think the US Navy is supposed to have 12, so I think they also must maintain at least 11 operational carriers. And that will usually give you at least 4 available. Because again, it's as it goes up, it scales up. So that should give you 11 should give you 4 available. And that's 2 for each side. At sea. Take care, Glynn. I have cost you money. I am glad. I'm hoping Iron Brew, but I'm expecting books. That was good. So what you're saying is retired. Yes, retired, but spend more time now with the Navy than they did when they worked with them. How long until an LHD is built? I have no idea, but I'm hoping that will be a replacement. And I think, honestly, the sensible idea would be to get 3 LHDs to replacements with flight deck, all of them with ski ramps, so that they would replace Ocean, which of course is already gone, but also, you know, give us the capability of replacing Ocean, sort of replacing Argus, sort of giving us some capability in that sort of regard, as well as Albion and Bulwark. And so then we have sort of 5 flight decks and 3 large docks, so we can usually guarantee 1 dock to be available, and we can guarantee to have 2 flight decks available. And that makes sort of operational sense for medium power. You need to change your procurement plan if you're going to field 20 carriers again. Yeah, it would be right to say that the USSR didn't want to give back. the Royal Sovereign because they put her in such a terrible state. Has Bill Trump done anything on what the next 2 carriers will look like? Honestly, the Fords are churning up quite good. Yes, they put a lot of new tech into Ford herself, but now they've sort of mostly ironed out the problems as they got into the rest of the class. But that's usually what happens if you build a ship with a whole lot of new tech. You basically write off the first in the class, which is why the rule with capital ships you don't do it. With the rule with capital ships, you make a maximum of 2 to 3 changes of technology at a time per ship. So you would introduce 1 new piece of tech, especially with a new class of carrier coming in. You'd go, we're going to introduce 2 new pieces of tech into this ship. That's all. Everything else is going to be off the shelf from previous carrier design. And then we're going to design it so she can be upgraded to the other new piece of tech. And then when we get into the next ship in the class, and we're going to build 2 in that format, and then we're going to build the next 2 with 2 more changes. And slowly integrate the new technologies in. And you probably get all the technologies you wanted to upgrade, because she had about 8 major transitions by the time you get on to vessels number 6 and 8. And well, numbers 7 and 8, you probably get those changes included, and then you start upgrading the remainder of the changes into the first ships as you sort of were building the rest of them. But you know, the next 2 RN carriers, honestly, nice way we've just got these 2 operational. We're not going to start, and there's no point talking about the next 2. It's going to be about 30, 40 years before we start having to work on that one. If we ever make some multiplayer version of UAD, I think we need to see you and Drax square off. That would be fun. Merlin. Ingenious Iron is the Merlin that's used for everything. The H101. That's good. Sounds like when I retired from the university crisis simulation wargame circuit and ended up doing more backroom work than before because people I knew kept asking for favours. Yep. Nice. Why were the British seemingly not cheese that Adrift's Royal Sovereign was left in such a sorry state that she was scrapped? Because they were planning on scrapping her anyway, and frankly, it showed them how weak the Soviet system was, that they couldn't maintain her. That's good. Or you put all new tech on the first ship in the class and launch that one a few years before the others. Yeah, good luck with that one. That's going to give you a ship which is going to be constantly riddled with issues. Hello, Leslie. Fushi. So Yama is a number. Naga is probably a number. So. Just remember, the Japanese language is interesting in its reuse of words, but Yamato means great harmony. And Musashi is a former Japanese province. And Nagato is also named for a province. I'm really enjoying A Sailor's Odyssey, however I get the feeling that Cunningham was deeply in love with his own voice. He's a retired admiral, and if we consider Admiral Cunningham... Let's see. If I remember correctly, he had no children. He married Nona Bayat in 1929, and he had no children. I was just checking before I said that. So it's going to sound strange, but I've noticed a sort of pattern in history. As a rule, when you're dealing with someone who's done some quite important things, but they have no children, they tend to write more effusively because they've got no one else to pass on their story to. So you have to read their book as them passing on their story. If you think about it, if you've already told the story to your children and told your children what you've done, you start to sort of think about the information differently. You think, well, oh yeah, that made them laugh. Okay, I'll put that in, all that sort of thing. Or I don't need to put that in because that sort of repeats that. So you actually it sort of edits down what you include in there. But he didn't. And in my experience, people who don't have children tend to be more effusive and provide a lot more information in there, a sort of extraneous information, as you're saying, sounding like the sound of his own voice, in their books than those who don't, those who do, and who've talked it over with their kids. Yes, but that's kind of expensive when you use a capital ship as a testbed ship. It means you basically got a carrier which you can never use for frontline duties. Or a ship you can never use for frontline duties, which doesn't help. It's very, very expensive. And it's not really sensible in terms of making the press and politicians happy. There was also a Yamato province, an ancient Japanese Yamato province, but also Yamato itself is taken to mean great harmony. What's always interesting is when you look at the provinces map of Japan from any sort of ancient period, all I immediately think is, Shogun, Total War. That is my province map. Dr. Clarke, I know I sound supremely dense, but you and Drac both said guns are the longest lead item on a warship. I'm essentially milling out a metal tube or a big rifled pipe. What am I missing? The sheer complexity of doing it correctly the whole way down. Think about it. If you've got think about the pressures the guns are going to go through. Okay, the two longest items, right? to get through it. It's the boilers, engines, and the guns. Those are the long lead items, right, for a ship. The longest is the guns. And it's all because of the pressures they have to withstand. They have to withstand the pressures of firing, and the pressures of all the engines and the boilers, turbines and boilers. It's because of the steam going through them. Steam piping is also quite a difficult and delicate task to be put in properly, made properly. It's the sheer pressures they're going to have to withstand. But it's also, if you get a kink in that rifling, if you get anything wrong in the grooving you're putting into that gun, you are going to muck up the spin on that shell. You're going to muck up what it's going to do. So it won't work right. So you have to start again. So you do everything very slowly, very carefully, and very correctly. And then you have to produce a lot of them. And then you have to proof those guns and test them. So, it takes time. It's not done by hand. It is done using machine. But it has to be done right. And if you think also you have to cast that pipe, and it's a case of you have to cast that pipe so it tapers perfectly. The barrel will be thicker at the... Well, the barrel will be thicker at the end, sort of at the turret where it's loaded, and so you've got the loading mechanism and the breech and all those things, than it will be at the muzzle. It'll have to be perfect though the whole way on. And remember also, it has to be perfectly straight and as perfect as you can make it, because it's going to warp under heat of firing anyway. So if it doesn't start off straight, it's never going to hit the target. I think we discussed Nyaku or something. I think we discussed that in bilge pumps. Looks like I know it was a major plot point in Command & Conquer Red Alert 1 and 2, but if World War 2 didn't happen, was the Cold War inevitable? Was an even bigger, nastier war in the cards? If World War 2 doesn't happen in terms of the German, let's say Hitler doesn't come to power, the Weimar Republic manages to continue, stabilize, and organize itself, then eventually you have two areas of war. You have a Japanese, Anglo-American Japanese war over the Pacific, because Japan will probably still be doing what it's doing in China, still lead to antagonism of the Americans, probably still lead to a war eventually in that scenario. You also have... Russia would have the same strategic issues it had under the Empire, the same strategic issues it has today, and the same strategic issues it would have then. In that, if you want to be secure, you do not want to try and secure the Russian border as it is. You want to move to points at which you can secure them. So there was already a war with Poland, there was already a war with Finland, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's a European war against Russia at some point. There might even be a Russian attempt to go down into... Well, Russia was focusing on Iran and the Persian Gulf, but also they might go to trying to go for India again. Yeah. There's still a debate going on over whether the birthday fluff should come down here. I don't know. Family. It isn't just boring the gun, but putting in liners as well. Yeah. There are so many things to do with the process of building the gun that, yeah. No, fascism... Honestly, fascism's running out of steam as the 1930s go on. It reaches its peak in the early 1930s, and then it starts to lose steam. You have the fact that, honestly, fascism, if you look at some of the places, there were lots of places which had different brands of fascism for starters. There is a reason why we call it fascism, of course, is the fascisti party from Mussolini's fascisti party are the first to achieve power, so they get to name it. And so it is fascism. But fascism is adapted and evolved, and there are even extremes within fascism. So that's always interesting to say, that there's an extreme and extreme, but there is. And honestly, as the 1920 and 1930s go on, I think if war hadn't come in the 1940s, I don't think the fascists necessarily get the place in history they get, because I think they drop back. I think the trouble is, honestly, they probably still get the status they do, because I think the Germans still try and pursue some form of Holocaust if they get to power, but if they don't get to power, and as I said, the reason I can see World War II not happening is if Weimar Germany still runs on, in which case you don't have the Nazis in power in Germany, which means you only have the Italians supporting the fascisti forces in Franco's forces in Spain, which means with the Soviet Union, the British and the French basically supporting the Republicans and no Condor Legion, it might change the outcome of that war. Probably still Italian submarines get involved, but it might well change the outcome of the Spanish Spanish Civil War. Republicans might win. They would then be probably facing another civil war between the communist factions and the majority factions. But the trouble is, the problem for communism in Spain, and this was the really interesting thing, it's very popular in certain cities, etc., in sort of the wartime, but the vast majority of Spain were very Catholic, and the trouble is with communism at the time, the breed it was being pushed was very much not Catholic. And it was kind of interesting in that you've got the actual communism which is put forward in the Soviet Union, and you've got the communism which is actually being pushed in Spain, and it's sort of different in terms of its approach to religion. We have two Richards. We have a Stephen and we have a Richard Richards. Well, that's because, Fushi, what happens is what you really have is you have, I would call it a circle. You have democratic and you have authoritarian governments, and it's a circle, and it's whether on the left or right, and you have the left-wing approach that slowly gets to authoritarian, and the right-wing approach that slowly gets authoritarian. So that at the end you have fascist, and you have Soviet governments, which are both authoritarian dictatorships, pretty much. Whether they are a group or whether they have a group dictatorship or they have just a single dictator, they're still a dictatorship. They're an authoritarian regime, And then you go back and you have the democracies where you have the fights between the left and the right, and you know. But people try and it's usually produces a spectrum rather than a circle because it's considered easier to teach as a spectrum. Because once you start teaching as a circle, you have to start admitting that there's a lot of similarities between maybe not the aims, but the methodologies of those two at the extremes, the authoritarian powers, and that makes certain people upset because that's making equivalencies between them, and they're depending on which group you're talking to, they either view no, the communists aren't as bad as the Nazis, or they don't. They try and say that the fascists aren't as bad as the communists, and you sit there and go, no, they're both equally terrible. It's just that honestly the fascists had less of a chance to get going, whereas the communists managed to get going pretty darn well. And frankly, between Pol Pot, Mao Zedong, and Stalin, we're really onto a rip-roaring time of how to deal with your opponents. It's just that in many the fascists managed to focus it on ethnicity, which was really not really sick, because frankly I don't see the point in that one. But, you know, they focus in, of course, on Jews, gypsies, disabled people, anyone with people with extreme learning difficulties, mentally ill, anyone who didn't fit their category was gone. And with Mao, Stalin, Pol Pot, well, Pol Pot is just nuts, honestly. People like people who wear glasses was one of those things. And, you know, you just think, oh, for God's sake, so, you know, because they're too smart, or people who are bilingual, or anything like that, no. And then you've got Mao Zedong, various scenarios, and Stalin, it's perceptions of threats, and it's how they deal with them. It's, either way is not nice. It's an authoritarian regime. Okay? It's not nice. So how did the British convince the Australian, New Zealand, Indian, South African, Kenyan politicians to unify their neighbours to the RN? If you've got the kind of war which you were asking me a question in a specific scenario, and yeah, under that scenario, there's enough percent. It's basically, it won't be an internal impetus, it's got to be an external impetus. But if you've got enough focus of war, pretty much that's what they're doing. Basically, it'll be formalising what already existed. That's got a two-axis political diagram, works better with left-right economics on one axis and authoritarian libertarian politics on the other. There's all sorts of funds. The trouble is, then that would cause all sorts of issues, because it's how much of a command economy do you think you should have versus how much of a free economy do you think you should have? All these things, and that's the trouble, because honestly, politics is not just about the democracy versus authoritarian. It could be authoritarian democratic. It could be free market versus controlled, and different policies going on all through it. How much do you want to control people, basically? It's my personal view, and we're going far into politics, and I'm going to stop this in a second, is that, frankly, I don't care. This is going to sound strange, but I have been what I have been as a local council and all these things. I don't care what people do in their personal lives, as long as they're not breaking laws or hurting people hurting people or doing something without consent. It's between adults. I do not give a flying hoot what they go and do. It doesn't bother me, and I find it annoying when other people try and start getting involved in that, because I just see it as a straight up, why? What's the point? The moment you start trying to regulate any of those things, you are just getting into the point of, A, it's incredibly expensive, because you think about the amount of police, etc., and things you need to try and enforce those regulations, and 2, it's incredibly invasive, and it's very easy for things like that to be used against people. It's just a security nightmare. It's just terrible. Anyway, thank you very much everyone for watching. It's been 4 hours. I am now going to go and find what I'm euphemistically going to call the facilities, because I think the lunch is coming back to me. And I'm going to say thank you for watching. I hope I've been okay. I'm sorry I've had a stomach. And sorry the birthday boy hasn't turned up. But apparently the rest of the household is similarly infused of using facilities. And I'm going to be very thankful that I live in a house which has as many facilities as there are people. Run up to World War II, Castle of Steel, Rathy Dreadnought, John Jordan's books, the Treaty series, they're the comparable ones. In terms of death as a percentage of population, I believe Pol Pot wins the Grim Reaper race. Sadly, I think you're right. Pot only game. Hello! Hope you enjoyed that. Enjoy. Good luck with dissertation. Thanks, Zachary. Thank you, Nook. Thank you, George Newman. Thank you, John Shea. Thank you, DG40. Thank you, Night Harry Productions. Thank you, Pavatsky. Thank you, Stephen Richards. Thank you, Fushi. Thank you, Dope Squad. Only 2 more hours to go to match track. No. I need to go use the facilities. Thank you, Bug Guy. Thank you, Amsatski. Thank you, Ron. New IKB 4472. At least you're unique. That's always the good thing. Be unique. Thank you, Rapid Razak. Thank you, Nook. Thank you, Just Vonk. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Tanif. Thank you, Frank. Thank you, Leslie. Thank you, Ickers. And thank you, Rapper Roseback, Frank Barmel. Oh, thank you, everyone. Basically. Thank you, Dear Brooke. Thank you, Dope Squad. Thank you, Melanie. Thank you, Stafford, Melanie, Jack Ray, Seneca, and Dan, and Glynn, who've been adminning. Thank you, everyone. Take care. I always try to be civil discussion. It's always good to me. Take care, Monskeys.